Clatter, clatter, clatter. Heavy rain battered the city, the fog hanging low and suffocating like a second skin. Inside a dimly lit classroom, history lessons pressed on, the dreariness outside mirrored by the monotony within. Yamishi, the teacher called, her voice cutting through the drone of rain. Can you tell us the year Kira's reign of terror finally ended? Slowly, Yamishi Yagami lifted his head from his notes. His voice, flat and emotionless, answered. The mass-murdering terrorist known as Kira met their demise in 2013, 70 years ago today. Excellent, the teacher smiled brightly. Maybe you should be the one teaching the class. The lecture dragged on. Outside, the endless smog made time feel even heavier, as if the whole city was trapped under a gray, suffocating blanket. When the final bell rang, Yamishi packed his books with mechanical precision and headed for his locker. The hallways were a blur of noise and students, until two strangers, seniors from another school, flanked him, one on each side boxing him in. Pathetic, Yamishi thought coldly. Even in Tokyo's best school, worthless insects still managed to crawl inside. Yamishi, tall for his age at 6 feet 1 inch, was lean and powerful, his body honed by discipline. But the two seniors were even bigger, muscles swelling under their uniforms. They shadowed him until they reached an empty corridor. One grabbed his shoulder roughly. You're the one who broke my boy's nose, aren't you? Without flinching, Yamishi replied, his voice laced with disdain. Get out of my sight. You're not even worth looking at. As he turned away, another hand gripped his shoulder. Before the senior could speak, Yamishi moved, grabbing the boy's wrist in an iron grip, squeezing with unnatural strength. A flicker of something, red, sharp, almost otherworldly, flashed in Yamishi's eyes. Do you want me to reveal what you've been doing to your school's board? His voice was calm, almost bored. I doubt they'd appreciate you jeopardizing their precious collaborations. That was enough. The two seniors backed away, their bravado evaporating into the fog. Yamishi watched them slink off, his thoughts bitter. I hate this, so unnecessary. Why does garbage like them even deserve to exist? He retrieved his bag, the moment already forgotten. It wasn't often Yamishi resorted to violence. He preferred intellect, strategy. But sometimes, even intelligence wasn't enough. Pushing through the toxic smog outside, Yamishi adjusted the mask covering his face. The world was a shadow of what it once was. Scientists warned us. They were right. Humanity just never listens. Lost in thought, he almost didn't notice it. A sudden impact. Thud. Something fell from the sky, landing right in front of him, sending up a splash from a muddy puddle. A notebook. No, a death note. Yamishi knelt down, fingers brushing against the soaked notebook lying at his feet. Squinting through the mist, he read the title etched in faded, almost bleeding black letters. Death Note. He stared at it for a moment, the world around him muffled by the downpour. A curious find, he muttered, slipping the damp notebook into his backpack. He adjusted the bag on his shoulder and turned to continue home. But then he heard it. A deep, rasping voice, thick with amusement. Hey kid, are you as bored as I am? Yamishi whirled around. Just inches from his face loomed a towering figure, easily 8 feet tall, with sickly pale skin stretched tight over inhuman bones, grotesquely long limbs, and bulbous yellow eyes with blood-red pupils. For a heartbeat, Yamishi froze. Then instinct kicked in, not fear but caution. If it meant harm, I'd already be dead. Creatures like this, their actions had meaning. Thunder cracked across the sky, lightning illuminating the twisted grin of the monster. Rain poured like silver knives as Yamishi met the creature's gaze and answered plainly. Yes. The two stood in silence, the world around them dissolving into the storm. Finally, Yamishi spoke. Follow me, but stay hidden. I don't want anyone seeing me talk to you. The creature chuckled, a sound like gravel sliding across stone. Don't worry, young Yagami. No one alive can see me except you. Yamishi flinched back slightly as the creature leaned in closer, his breath cold and sour. Fine, Yamishi muttered, pushing past him. Let's get out of this rain. The journey to the Yagami household was slow, the Shinigami floating a few feet behind, his monstrous form somehow weightless despite its size. "Are we almost there yet?" the Shinigami asked with an impatient grumble. "Right here." Yamishi stepped up to a modest two-story house and reached toward a cracked, rusted lantern hanging by the door. "What are you doing?" the creature asked. "We keep the keys in here," Yamishi said simply, fishing out a set of keys and giving them a soft jingle. Just as he inserted the key into the lock, the door swung open. Standing there, worry etched across her young face, was his sister. "Yamishi, you're finally home. Are you okay? Did something happen?" As usual, Arity bombarded him with questions the second he was even a few minutes late. "Settle down, Arity. I just got caught in the rain," Yamishi said, patting her lightly on the head before brushing past her. "Mom, I'm home. Going up to study. I'll come down for dinner." "All right, son," his mother's voice called back from the kitchen. Click. The sound of the bedroom door locking was a satisfying seal against the noise of the house and the storm outside. Yamishi threw his bag onto the floor, flopped backward onto his bed, and let out a heavy sigh. He glanced over at the looming presence in the corner of the room. "So," Yamishi began, his voice calm despite the strangeness of it all. "Who are you, what are you, and why are you here?" The creature grinned, a wide, predatory smile filled with amusement. "I'm Ryuk," he said, his voice low and raspy. "A Shinigami." And he leaned closer, his shadow engulfing the room. "I'm looking for a new Kira."
Hey, everyone. If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
"Kira? You mean the mass-murdering terrorist from 70 years ago? That Kira?" He was surprised to hear this, but soon came back to his calm self. "That would be the one." Funny. He always considered himself a god, not a terrorist. Ryuk said with some visual confusion. "Well, some do still think of him as that. Even 70 years later, he still has a huge following. Now I guess it's my turn." Ryuk looked at Yamishi with a look of excitement. "Then you will accept this RO." Ryuk was quickly cut off. "Firstly, I want to know the ins and outs of the Death Note, as well as a little bit about the previous Kira. Surely you didn't think I would walk into the darkness without a flashlight." You could see the smirk on Ryuk's face begin to grow in size as small, raspy chuckle was let out. "I see. You just like him, aren't you?" "Just like him? Do you mean Kira?" Ryuk began to chuckle again in the same raspy voice. "I mean your grandmother's brother, Light Yagami." Like a lightning bolt, it hit him. As Ryuk said this, he immediately put all the points together. "I see. This makes perfect sense now. Thank you, Ryuk." Now that someone had said it, it was easy to piece together the puzzle. Both Light and Kira died near the same time frame. Both were exceedingly smart. Both knew the famous L, and to finish it off, Light even worked on the Kira investigation. "So calm. You really are the same person." Yamishi looked up at Ryuk from his now up-straight position and said, "Ryuk, we aren't the same." A questioning gaze fell upon Yamishi, and so he continued. "Ryuk, I won't lose to mere humans like you did." All of this was said in his usual calm way of speaking. With this, he laid his head back down and rested. "We can continue this later." "Yamishi, come down, please. Dinner's ready." He awoke from his rest to his mother's sweet voice calling him down for dinner. He got up and walked down the stairs to the kitchen. Once there, he quickly helped his mother set the table up with the food, the television running in the background. "Come on, sis, it's time to eat." "But bro, Dad still isn't home yet," she said, obviously not wanting to leave her spot right in front of the TV. "He's working late tonight, you know that. Now hurry up and listen to you, brother, please," their mother butted in. "Okay, Mum," she replied with the voice of an angel. The dinner was like any other family dinner and lasted for about 20 minutes. Yamishi was the first to finish. "Thanks for the food, Mom. It was good." Yamishi quickly stood up and walked back up to his room. Background. "Thanks for the food, Mom." "Hey, you're in JR High now. I shouldn't have to tell you to finish your food." "Yes, Mom." Back to Yamishi. Once in his room, and after making sure nobody was listening, he opened his mouth. "Did you really have to hover over me the entire time?" The sound of annoyance could clearly be heard in his voice. My whole reason for coming here is to no longer be bored. Right. Anyway, explain the rules of the death note to me, and don't leave anything out. Basic rules. 1. The human whose name is written in this note shall die. 2. This note will not take effect unless the writer has the person's face in their mind when writing his or her name. Therefore, people sharing the same name will not be affected. 3. If the cause of death is written in within the next 40 seconds of writing the person's name, it will happen. 4. If the cause of death is not specified, the person will simply die of a heart attack. 5. After writing the cause of death, details of the death should be written in the next 6 minutes and 40 seconds. I will reign over the new world. I believe that was something Light once said. Light was different from your average high schooler. He was smart. No, he was an ingenious and talented human who came to seek what most would consider an impossible goal. He believed he could rid the world of all its corruption and rule it as its own new god. But that's not how the Death Note works. Kakik. Everything good must eventually come to an end. There is no heaven or hell. No matter what you do while you're alive, everyone goes to the same place once they die. Death is equal. That's what he believed. But the truth of the matter is that the Death Note has a strange power to corrupt those who use it. Most humans can only use the Death Note for a few days, a week if lucky. And when they finally die, there is nothing, despite what Light believed there was the separation of good, evil, and those in between. Yamishi looked at Ryuk with a face of intrigue, so Light was different. I see. Very different, in fact, one of a kind. You don't very often meet people who you will remember for the rest of your life. Well, at least not for Shinigami who have lived for thousands of years feeding off the life force of those unlucky enough to have their name written down. Don't worry, Ryuk. I now know what I must do. I will follow in his footsteps and become the next Kira. I wonder, Light, what could you have become with a little more time? With that, Yamishi put his head down for a final time before falling into a deep slumber. When Yamishi opened his eyes, he was surprised to see Ryuk floating above him in a distorted position. He wiped his eyes and got up. Yawn, I slept well, but I couldn't stop dreaming about the Death Note last night. So he's that eager to use it, and Ryuk unfolded his body from the distorted shape it was in and hovered over to Yamishi. Don't follow me. I'm going to take a shower. It's not like I care anyway, Ryuk replied, and began looking around his room. Wonder what he's looking for. Oh well, I'll ask him after I take a shower. With this, Yamishi closed the door to his room and went to the bathroom to take a shower. Creak, the sound of the door opening to his room could be heard from where Yamishi was, so he quickly wrapped a towel around his waist and rushed to his room, remembering that he had left the Death Note on his desk the night before. When he opened the door, got to the open door of his room, he noticed a girl with blonde hair at his desk. Ah, Amain, what are you doing here? It's Friday, silly. Don't you remember that you were put on the student committee? Still, how do you even know where I live? Yamishi was already bored of her and therefore talked in a very monotone way. She was one of the girls in his class and always seemed to annoy him ever since the beginning of high school last month. Note, high school is from grade/year 10 to 12, 16 years of age. Well, I asked the teacher where you lived so that I could deliver some notes from class you missed. So you're saying you lied? Anyway, please leave my room. We can talk once we are in the living room. Okay, sorry. At that moment, she looked down and immediately ran out of the room and down the stairs. She was so caught up in being annoying that she didn't even notice I was basically naked. As one could probably already tell, Yamishi was a very cold person to those outside his family and didn't care for how they felt. He would only care when it benefited him the most or when he had to uphold his perfect alias. In this sense, he was much like the light Yagami Ryuk had taught him about last night. Ryuk just sat in the corner of the ceiling, playing with his fingernails as Yamishi got changed into his school clothes. He then grabbed the Death Note and put it into a secret pocket in his black backpack. Just in case. Sorry about before. I didn't mean to intrude like that. Amain looked down while apologizing. Don't worry about it. Anyway, I must get going now, so you should probably leave too. Yamishi thought of an excuse to get her to leave, but it wasn't enough. HM? But it's so early. It's only 6:30. Where would you be going this early in the morning? She gave him a questioning look. I have things I must attend to at school this morning. To be truthful, he truly did have something to do at school today, well, more so on the way to school. His goal was to use the death note. Of course, he wouldn't use it irresponsibly. He knew a spot on his way to school where there weren't any security cameras or police patrols. It would be here that he would use it to kill a fairly well-known gang leader by the name of Satsu. Okay, then I'll come with you. If you're okay with it, that is. She looked at Yamishi with a look of happiness. Why must I be annoyed so much? I can't just blatantly tell her to leave me alone, but I need to think of something. I've got it. Hey, it'll just be a hassle to you since I need to drop by to someone's house on the way to school. Not to mention, they dislike people they don't know. Oh, I see. The slight disappointment could clearly be seen. Oh yeah, and call me Yami. My real name is Yamishi, but it's a little scary to new people, so I made sure everyone call me Yamishi. If you want, we can go out for some coffee after school. Don't misunderstand. He didn't do this to make her happy, not did he do this because liked her. Everything Yamishi did was for his own gain, and as it turns out, she was a pretty popular girl at his high school. Getting her on his side would benefit him if anyone ever became suspicious of him. A good reputation is more important than one would initially believe when it comes to a battle of pointing fingers. Okay, that sounds great. Let's do it. I'll walk with you until we have to split, Yamishi said as he smiled at her. Thanks. They then left the house and soon went separate ways. Although she's annoying, it's still important to gain reputation and friendship to back you up, he thought as he arrived at the alleyway behind an office building. This area of Tokyo was a hot spot for undercover crime. Usually one would expect there to be police patrolling criminal hotspots. However, the governor for this ward was a corrupt governor who was on the payroll of many gangs. So Yamishi, what's your plan? I think I know what you're about to do, but why? Ryuk wasn't silent the whole time Yami was with Amain. In fact, he was bugging Yami for most of it. My plan is to rid of one of the gangs in this area, not just to test the death note, but also to raise the word of the new Kira. This wasn't the whole plan through. Actually, it was only a small factor of a much larger plan to give him control over the gangs in this ward. He would then one by one write their name in the notebook, not only to kill them, but to also use them to take down the rest of the filth and corruption in this ward. The rule which states, after writing the cause of death, details of the death should be written in the next 6 minutes and 40 seconds, allows him to do this. In other words, this rule basically meant that Yamishi could write the cause of death, then write everything that happens up until that point. In other words, he would make the gangsters and criminals kill other criminals before they then killed themselves or died of a heart attack trying. Ryuk, it's now time. Yamishi took out the death note, and in a quick but dramatic series of flicks, the name, cause, and details of death had been written into the note. He looked up at the building beside him and could clearly see in the window above him. The boss had gotten up and begun his final moments until death. Kakik. Yapri Ninjin Tet Omo Shiroi. It works just as expected. Everything was happening as it had been written. The boss had gotten up and was now acting out the final moments of his life. It's time to leave Ryuk. He got it. Ryuk understood and followed behind Yamishi. Director Masato. There's been a murder in the Kita ward. Director Masato, a muscular and slightly old man known as Tokyo's top investigator, looked up and was met by a tall but scrawny young man. Huh, so what they happen every day, get someone else to work on it, and busy with the case. But Sir Director, this one may interest you. It's about that gang you've been looking at recently. The old man looked up with a look of intrigue. And what exactly has happened? Their boss seems to have committed suicide right before calling the police and telling them where they were hiding out. Strange. Okay, let's head out to the scene immediately. The two men quickly got their equipment and rushed out of the office. When Masato got out from his car, he immediately saw that the whole building had been blocked off by police tape, and police were patrolling the area. That's when his eyes met with a familiar figure. Wow, long time no see Daiki. A white-haired old man turned around and was met by a hand on the shoulder. Ah, good to see you again, Masato. The two men came in for a firm handshake. I hear you were working on finding these guys, but what a surprise that their boss would rat him out, then kill himself. Yeah, it took me by surprise when I heard. Daiki turned his neck to look behind himself and said, If you think that's surprising, wait till you see what actually happened. A look of concern briefly swept across Daiki's face as he said this. What do you mean by that? It's probably better if I just show you. These words were then followed by him leading the duo into the office building. They walked up the stairs and past multiple crates of weapons, narcotics, and other illegal items. Once they reached the end of the hallway, they went up the stairs and were met by blood everywhere over the walls. What the fu.k happened here? We believe he may have been associated with the Tokyo Kira cult. Just look at the walls. Masato noticed straight away. Across every wall, it was written in blood for them to see. Kira, although they had all seen a lot of action in their days, it hadn't prepared them for this exact moment. Not only was there blood everywhere, but the man had cut himself up into tiny pieces. Daiki, although the Kira followers are considered crazy, isn't this too much? Maybe he went insane? No, that's unlikely. He has no family or medical history of any mental illness. They all felt slightly sick after looking at this, but soon regained their composure. Sir, I agree with you. After all, the Kira cults haven't done anything this crazy since I was a little kid. There was complete silence for a second as they all thought about what had happened, but nothing really came to mind. Finally, Masato broke the silence. Hey kid, go get my evidence bags and tools from the car. Yes, sir, right away. The young man quickly walked back down the stairs and out to the car. Once he reached the car, he began to hunch over and let out all his breakfast. He wasn't ready for something like that, but nevertheless, he got the evidence bags and tools for his senior. Meanwhile, in Itabashi High School, a young Yamishi Yagami was being annoyed once again by classmates. So, Yamishi, I heard you were going out with a main today. Is it true? What? What are you thinking? It's nothing like that. I simply didn't want to be mean, so I invited her out to get some coffee. Yamishi was acting kind and having a laugh with his so-called friends when this was brought up. This was a perfect opportunity, so he acted on it. He replied like he was slightly embarrassed, but didn't go over the top to ensure maximum believability. Wow, Yamishi, you're so lucky. I'm so envious. It's nothing to be envious about. We're just having coffee. In reality, Yamishi still couldn't care less about how anyone other than himself felt. This was just an alias and reflected nothing apart from the geniuses of his real self. The rest of the day went on, as any normal day would. Nothing interesting happened apart from Yamishi getting all A's for his maths test and the same for his science. But even to him, it wasn't all that interesting. After all, what could be better than the Death Note? Kakik, Yamishi, that's the same look Light had. Ding dong. The sound of the school bell went through the school, and students began packing up their belongings as normal. Looks like she will find me first. Yamishi knew, just from talking to Amain, that she was one to seek out those around her, and not the other way around. Unlike Yamishi, she was socially active. He was just socially manipulative. She was the type that Yamishi had never liked. Well, to be honest, he really didn't like all that many people to begin with, but this type of girl, in particular, was one which could be considered a popular blonde. While Amain was seen as the popular girl, a kind-hearted and loving girl, Yamishi saw straight through it. After all, he was the same blood as Light Yagami. He knew the ins and outs of how humans thought and acted. He knew how to read them and manipulate them like a puppeteer. Because of this skill, Yamishi could tell that she wasn't who she pretended to be. He walked out into the hall and looked to Ryuk while whispering, I know you've been waiting to see my genius at work, Ryuk. You will now get your taster. The next moment, Amain had grabbed onto Yamishi's arm and was tugging on him. Come on, Yami, let's go. Sure. Yamishi came along with Amain holding onto his arm the whole time. Hey, Amain, do you mind letting go a bit? It's kind of embarrassing in front of all these people. This was the first step in his plan. Make her feel in control. This gives the one being played a false sense of security while also making them feel in control of the situation. A simple yet effective practice in psychology. A mind trick, if you will. Yamishi, we're already outside the school. No point in letting go now. Yeah, I guess so, he said in a calm tone. Step 2 complete. Make the person being played feel dominant over the player, as this gives them the false idea that the player won't do anything. Another simple yet effective trick. Good, she said with a smile. Anyway, I've got a nice place for us to go. I sometimes spend my spare time there. The final step in preparing for the mindfuck. Don't allow yourself to look pathetic and useless, as this will make it harder to share secrets/information with. It is scientifically proven that it is in human nature to trust the strong. Sometime later, they found their way to a secluded coffee shop in the side of a 2-story building. It was secluded but not deserted. This unlocked the opportunity for a private talk without having other people listen in. "This is it, haha. This is the place I like to spend my spare time," Yamishi said with a smile that looked so believable even he might fall for it. "Wow, it's cute. Let's go in, shall we?" "Okay." The two walked in and sat down. It wasn't too long before the waitress showed up and asked for their orders. Yamishi took the chance and spoke, "I'll have the usual, and she will have a Tyrannomon latte. Does that sound good, Amain?" Yes, that's right." The waitress quickly wrote down the order and went out back. "So, how did you know that was my favorite? When someone says it once, I remember it for life. Also, I heard one of your friends say it." These were both true and helped him to show that he was somewhat interested in her. "So, I wanted to get to know you a little better from this question alone." Yamishi could understand a lot more about a person than what is just being said. In fact, from just a simple lie, he could then tell individuals' problem-solving skills in the face of challenge and also the ability and willingness to lie to get out of something. "Why don't you tell me about yourself?" A massive smile stretched across Ryuk's face as he instantaneously understood each sentence, movement, and interaction that had been made by Yamishi from the moment Amain had grabbed onto him was a setup for this exact question. In an instant, he realized how incredibly talented this human was. "So, Yamishi, this is just a taster, huh? Then what else could you have in store for me? What a gift I have found, Kikik. You want to know about me? What do you want to know in particular?" She looked surprised but tried to hide it behind a smile. Yamishi saw right through it. "Tell me, how would you describe yourself?" That's a hard one, haha. Maybe as someone who just wants to see the world as a better place? Or maybe as someone who would like to change the world themselves? This answer is most intriguing, Yamishi thought to himself. Indeed, this was an interesting reply, as he could tell she wasn't saying it as something she just wanted. She said it as something she would strive to achieve. Well, this world isn't exactly desirable. Not a bad trait to have. Hee. Do you feel the same way? She looked at him with hope. "It doesn't particularly matter what I desire, only what I am capable of." Yamishi said this knowing that it would further the conversation between the two. "Do you think you can't make a difference? If so, then why not? You're the smartest student in Japan, possibly smarter than most adults too." As expected, she continued with the conversation. "No, that's not what I mean. What I meant to say was the world doesn't need hopes and dreams. What it needs is someone that will fulfill them." She looked mesmerized, like she had just seen something she would devote everything to. He continued, "What if someone like Kira were to show up again? Would they be able to help out this dying world? Or is that just me being stupid?" He knew it was now or never, and so he took his opportunity to advance the conversation. No, I don't think that your idea is stupid. In fact, I was secretly hoping that you would say it first." She looked up to him to make sure he wasn't looking down on her for saying this. Kira may be seen as someone who caused terror and death nowadays, but 70 years ago, he was someone worshipped by hundreds of thousands, millions even. That's because what he did was something good. Because of him, the following 50 or so years were peaceful and very little crime was committed. Yamishi was expecting something like this. However, he wasn't fully expecting her to basically be a Kira worshiper. But in the end, he wasn't in the slightest surprised, as he knew from the moment she said she wished to change the world, that she would follow him to the ends of the earth to achieve that goal. And now this conversation had confirmed what he had suspected. "I see. I completely agree with you. While Kira may have murdered many innocents, it was all done in the name of justice. Their deaths were for the greater good. I hope you don't hate me for saying such things." Yamishi looked down at the table. "Of course not. I'm with you on that. If I met Kira right now, I would do anything in my power to help him." Her eyes began to glow with lust and love for the being named Kira. Yamishi could clearly see it, even though she was trying to hide it. Her love for this being was too much for her to hide behind a happy smile any longer, and so her happy, popular girl demeanor broke down. Amain, please keep it down. There was police around here earlier today. Something about Kira cults. All right, sorry about that. An awkward silence filled the room and was only broken by Yamishi 20 seconds later. Hey, excuse me, miss. Yamishi yelled towards the back room. The waitress poked her head out from the door and spoke. Sorry, it's ready now. She walked over and once again apologized for the long wait. Something about not being able to find the coffee. Of course, Yamishi told her it was okay and not to worry, but in his head, it seemed a little suspicious. Why would it take that long to find the coffee? She's been working here for a while, I believe, and surely she wouldn't have forgotten where it was. I'll investigate later, I guess. The rest of the conversation was normal, simply about life and the like. Overall, Yamishi had learned a lot from this girl, and in turn, had some new pieces added to his plan. It was one of the reasons why Light lost in the end. He didn't have loyal servants apart from his girlfriend. I really enjoyed this. I wanted to know if you wanted to do something similar again. Amain's face lit up, and she replied in an instant. Yes, that would be great. I'd really like that, actually. And with that, they left the coffee shop and walked to the train station. Once there, Amon's train was about to stop, so she hurried to wait at the platform. The train arrived, and Amain walked back to Yamishi. She stood right in front of him and whispered in his ear, I love you, Kira-kun, gave him a kiss on the cheek, and ran to the train all before Yamishi could respond. Kira-kun? What the fuck? Yamishi didn't expect this at all. He was considered a puppeteer of emotions, a manipulator. So how could this have happened? Kakik, Yamishi, this has taken a somewhat interesting turn. What will you do? Ryuk was enjoying every moment of Yamishi's struggle. Meanwhile, Yami was in a daze. He couldn't think straight. He had to kill her, and so he quickly ran to the bathrooms and went into a stall. The book was ripped out from his back, and pen met paper in a forceful manner. Yamishi at this moment had a crazed face. It looked maniacal. Right as he got to the last letter of her name, his head began to clear up. Why on earth would she reveal something like that, knowing that I could simply kill her? There must be a reason for it. I know she isn't stupid. So he thought about it, and in the end, came to the conclusion that she wouldn't tell anyone. Don't be fooled, this isn't stupidity. Although what she said had been unexpected, now that he had time to think, he could tell everything she had said was definitely the truth. She would do anything for him. She would go to any length to achieve her goal. Ryuk, I'd like you to keep an eye on her. Sorry, Yamishi, I can't help you, but I can make a deal with you. And what would that be? You will know when it comes to it. Don't worry, you won't regret the decision, Kiki. You make this extremely hard, Ryuk. It's a deal. Just tell me if anything happens, okay? Understood, Yamishi. With that, Ryuk and Yamishi went their separate ways and would meet up the next day. Ding dong. The school bells rang, meaning the start of the day. Yamishi walked into class and was met by Amain and Ryuk. Yamishi quickly glanced at Ryuk, triggering him to respond with a report. She didn't say a thing to anybody. Don't worry, Yamishi. Ryuk said this while hanging upside down from the roof. Amain, let's talk later. A calm and kind face could be seen by all. Okay, Yami, we can talk on the rooftop at the first break. Yamishi sat down in his seat, and Amain headed to the back of the classroom where she was seated. Shift. The door opened, and a man walked in. It was someone Yamishi recognized as his father's friend. It was Director Masato. Yamishi and Masato traded a quick glance and smile. The teacher spoke. Class, this is Director Masato. He's a detective working on a recent case in the area. He will briefly be talking to you about safety. Hello, students. As our teacher has already said, I'm a detective. Recently, there has been a lot more crime, and in return, any remaining Kira followers have been retaliating. Therefore, we, the Tokyo Police Force, would like to make sure that everyone avoids areas with no cameras or extensive smog. Chatter could be heard amongst the students. Even Yami was involved in it. Out of the corner of his eye, he could see Amain admiring him. This girl is very similar to me, he thought. The detective continued. One last thing, make sure to stay with friends whenever possible and take the safest route home. Thanks, everyone. The detective left the room, and the class began like any other. It was now break time, and Yami was sitting on a bench on the roof. It was covered in a reinforced glass to prevent the smog from getting in. He was there for only a moment before she showed up. Yami, I'm sorry for scaring you like that. I couldn't resist. I'm so sorry. She apologized, almost with tears. It's fine, you didn't scare me. I knew the whole time. I understood everything about you the moment you started talking. This was only partially true, as he didn't expect her to know his secret. Sniff, I see. Yamishi wiped the tear from her eye and comforted her. You will be mine. You will serve me, right? Whatever you ask, I will do it. Even if you ask for death. Yamishi smiled and let out a giggle. You're aware that the moment you try to betray me, you will die, right? This was possible as Ryuk had made the deal to keep an eye on her. If she even tried something, Yamishi would know and write her name down. Of course, you are Kira after all. Haha, good then. He thought for a moment and came up with an idea. Listen, Amain, you can stop faking around me. I already know the real you. This came to a surprise to her, as she didn't expect someone to see through her so easily. I understand. To be honest, I was going to tell you, but you are far too quick. The two looked at each other for a second, and Yamishi looked into her eyes. There's just one thing I don't entirely get. How did you know I was Kira? Don't worry, it's not your fault. You see, after Light, I made a deal with the Shinigami King. Yamishi snapped his head to Ryuk, who also looked clueless to what she was talking about. Amain looked up to Ryuk and smiled. It's been a long time, hasn't it? The human who touches the Death Note can recognize the image and voice of its original owner, a god of death, even if the human is not the owner of the note. Light, I miss you so much. Tears rolled down the girl's face. Swashe body could be seen falling to the ground with speed. She had done it. She was finally free. I'd do anything to bring you back, Light, Kun. The next thing she noticed was that she was in front of a giant throne in a huge castle that had crumbled many years ago. Upon the throne sat a Shinigami, but this one was unlike any other she had met. He released the aura of death itself. I'm the Shinigami King, and I have a deal to propose. It was a raspy voice, even worse than Ryuk's. Yes, anything, she said desperately. You said you would do anything for me to bring back Light. He is too far gone and must now spend an eternity suffering the misery that is the Shinigami realm. She let out a small cry, but still kept her hopes up. However, many years from now, a boy will be born. A boy by the name of Yamishi Yagami. She looked up as though something had caught her attention. This boy will be the living incarnation of Light Yagami and will carry on his dream. The dream to create a new world. But why? Why would you do this? Misa was utterly confused, but soon came to the conclusion that she would never know unless she listened further. You see, us Shinigami have a most boring existence. We sit by and take lives to increase our own, just to spend it living in misery. Light changed that. You see, not only did Ryuk find pleasure in watching him, but so did I. What must I do as my part of the deal? All you have to do is guide him and protect him. I will give you another chance back on Earth, but you must spend 50 years in the Shinigami realm as punishment for the use of the Death Note. If Yamishi is to die, you will take on his punishment for using the Death Note. Kakik. Before he could continue, she spoke. I accept the deal. Then it is done. It's been a long time, Ryuk. Ryuk remembered instantly. Misa Amain, but how? I watched you write your own name in the Death Note all those years ago. I made a deal with the Shinigami King. I see. Ryuk looked at Yamishi to see him straight-faced. He didn't need it to be explained to him. He understood who she was now and why she was here. Ryuk had told him how obsessed she was of Light, how she would have done anything for his love. It was all too obvious that he was the closest thing to Light. I see as well. You wanted your Light back, and I'm the closest thing to it. It all makes sense. But don't worry, I don't mind it. He was telling the truth. In fact, this made him happy, as he knew that she would never betray her Light. Yamishi, it's not just that, you're the ding-dong. That was rather quick, wasn't it, Amain? We should head back to class now, right? He waited for a response to try and get the reaction. Yes, of course. You should call me Misa, though. Okay, Misa. The rest of the day went as normal. However, that night, the killing spree would begin. He would take out entire gangs, kill countless criminals, and cause utter chaos for the criminal world just to show his return to the new world. Time skip. 2 weeks later. Ring, 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 ring. Phones were going off everywhere, and people were rushing around, paper was on the floors, people asleep at their desks. In other words, the police station was in utter chaos. Mr. Director, there was another gang that was taken out last night. The same messages written in blood. This certainly isn't the work of the Kira cult. It should already be confirmed. Kira is back. The director's young assistant had been rushing around gathering information all day and was currently in a state of tiredness, but forgetting that spoke so fast that it was hard to understand. Slow down. Firstly, was it another Kira case for sure? The director responded. Yes. Okay, now tell me the details of what happened. The director was currently on his second day of being awake. Kira had returned after all, and nobody had much sleep the past week or two. Countless criminals and gangs had been murdered by what one would have to say was Kira. We had a call this morning from a bunch of teens who had walked past some gang territory and saw a field of bloody corpses. We did some investigating, and it turns out about half the group had turned on the other and killed them all. They then proceeded to arrange the bodies so that it spelled out Kira. Finally, they all slit their necks while standing around the bodies. I see. Thank you. Now go get some rest, you've earned it. The director dismissed his assistant and then began massaging his own temples. God damn it. All of a sudden this shit starts. I haven't slept for 2 whole fucking days. Arg. I need some sleep before continuing any further. The director needed some sleep, and so he decided to head home and work on the case the next day. The person in possession of the death note is possessed by a god of death, its original owner, until they die. Ah, you're finally here, Mr. Masato. I thought you'd never show up, said an old man. Walking up to the scene from his car, Masato could see Daiki had already arrived. Sorry, Daiki, it's been sorta hard to get any sleep in these recent days. Haha, I'm just messing with you. Don't worry about it. He leaned in towards Masato and continued in a whisper. I slept in too. Masato grabbed Daiki on the shoulder. Okay, enough fooling. What have we here? He said while looking at an entrance to an alley. The old man ducked under the police line and walked around the corner, Masato following. A slaughter. It's the only way to describe it. I see. My assistant told me about this one yesterday. So they removed the bodies, but it doesn't mean it's any less horrifying. Yes, I agree. Oh, have you been told yet? The Japanese government has decided to reenact the Kira task force. Oh, yeah. You'll probably get a phone call later about it from Tokyo's mayor. If you don't, I'll be surprised. He was Tokyo's top investigator after all. I see. Well, I look forward to the call. Maybe the job will be a little less stressful than this constant running around. Anyway, let's have a look around and see if the previous investigators missed anything. The 2 investigators went right to work on looking for anything that looked to be suspicious. It wasn't long before the 2 had to give up. 2 hours in and not a single thing looked off. This was definitely done by Kira. There's no doubt in my head anymore. It's most certainly Kira. The attacks have been only in Japan, targeted only criminals, and left no evidence of outside interaction. The government has come to the same conclusion as well. That's why they're putting together the Kira task force again. The old man stated while rubbing his head. He was obviously still exhausted from all the work overload. That's when it happened. The phone call, a call to action. Ring, ring. The old man looked to Masato. That's probably them right now. Masato answered, and to no surprise, it was the Japanese government. They were recruiting the top investigators around Japan and were organizing that they all come to Tokyo to form a task force. Soon they would be picked up and taken to the base of operation. Right as Masato got off the phone, a blacked-out van pulled up, and 2 huge men got out. One of the men began to speak. I am here on the behalf of the Kira task force. Please step into the van and take a seat. The 2 investigators did as they were asked to and sat down in the seats. The trip to the base was a quick one and only took about 10 minutes to complete. Once the van arrived, the door was open and they found themselves in an underground warehouse. A tall, skinny, sharp-faced man in a black suit stood in front of the van door. As it opened, "Please follow me, men." Both got out from the van and followed the man into an office room in the middle of the warehouse. As they entered, they were met with a group of men and women who all seemed to be other detectives. The skinny man walked up to the front of the room and spoke. "Good day, you all. My name is Watari. Please take a seat. I will be with you in a moment." Chatter broke out in the room as they all discussed whether or not he meant the R. or was considered as one of the best detectives in the entire world. He had solved many issues and cases in his lifetime and was known widely, but mainly just in rumors. Nobody knew his true identity. Soon the talking was interrupted by a robotic voice. Anyone who wishes to keep their own life and the lives of their family members safe, please leave the room now. Anyone who is willing to take the risk to defeat Kira and release the world from his grasp, stay seated. Despite what he had just said, only 2 people got up and left the room. So he continued, "There is nothing hiding behind my words. If you wish to keep the lives of those you love most in complete safety, then you may leave. There will be no repercussions for this." 10 people got up and left the room. Only 11 remained. As expected, the remaining 11 of you are willing to risk what most important to you to save humanity. The whole group responded, "Yes." Then I congratulate you all on successfully entering the Kira task force. Another door opened and a young man walked in and sat down on top of a desk, legs crossed and finger hanging from their mouth. "I am R. If a human uses the note, a god of death usually appears in front of him, her within 39 days after she uses the note." Quillish Whammy, the original Watari, was a famous inventor and philanthropist. He also was the founder of the orphanage known as Whammy House. After L. Lolliot, most well known as L, had his success, Watari took it into his own hands to create a successor to L. His orphanage turned into a place of training for the exceptionally gifted. Like L, all the orphans to come from Whammy House used an alias. The most famous being Nier, the youngest in line to succeed L. He eventually took his place in L's absence after death. Mello, the eldest in line to be L's successor. He leaves the orphanage soon after learning of L's death and gives the title of L to Nier. Now the original Watari was killed. The family continued to create these intellectual titans from gifted children. The newest Watari from our story is the second grandson of the original Watari. R is without a doubt Watari's best student and is considered a son to him. No further information is known about R. Yamishi, time for dinner. Yamishi's mom could be heard calling out to him. "Okay, good. That should be enough for today." Yamishi put the death note into a secret compartment in his bookshelf. The secret compartment was rather simple. It was basically a book-sized door, which behind had a small compartment. Inside was filled with a contraption which would start a fire if anyone other than Yamishi tried to open it. "Hey Yamishi, what if someone finds that compartment?" The death god could be seen doing handstands on the bed. "It's rather simple actually. You see this?" Yamishi pointed to a small pin which had been inserted in the side of the bookshelf, out of sight. "If anyone tries opening this compartment before first pulling out this pin and placing it in the opposite end of the bookshelf, then a spark will start which will ignite a small canister of lighter fluid, in turn torching the death note." "Hee, you're just as cautious as Light was." "Is that so?" Yamishi said as he closed the door to the book and left the room smiling. What he didn't tell Ryuk was that he had also set up precautions so that if he were to be under surveillance and could not continue to use the death note, Miso would instead use it. He had learnt from Light's experiences. "Here, Ryuk." He threw an apple to Ryuk before entering the dining room. He could see from the handstands and distorted way he was hovering around that he wanted another apple, and so gave him one. When he entered, he saw his father. This was unusual as he should still be caught up with work. He was a detective and lately there was a lot of work. "Father, you're home." "What a surprise," he said with a joyful tone. Yes, I've been given a job in the Kira task force." "Haha, don't tell anyone though," he smiled. The whole family sat down at the dinner table. The only topic that came up was Kira and what was happening with the authorities. By the way, son, there is someone who would like to meet you from work." And who would that be, father?" He looked confused. Ha. He asked to keep it a secret until you see him." The man chuckled. "I see. Tomorrow then? It's the weekend, and I'm guessing you still have to go in, right?" "Yes, right." The rest of the night was peaceful and warm. In some ways, he differed from Light. For example, he did care for his family, even if they didn't know the real him. Yamishi woke up and headed downstairs. It was 6 a.m., and he was ready to head out with his father. "Dad, I'm ready." "Oh, good timing. Let's head off," his father replied with a hint of pride. Oh, why is he acting like this? I have a feeling the person I'm being introduced to is pretty important. Could it be? Already. As they left the house through the front door, Yamishi walked straight to the car and waited. While waiting, he double-checked he had everything in order. He changed the time on his watch backwards by 2 minutes, and a small piece of paper popped out. He pushed it back in and felt his pockets. Note, pen, phone, everything is ready. The trip was a short one, about the same as it would take to get to school by car. They arrived at an industrial district in Naramaku. His father pulled up to the end of a long street of industrial buildings, and finally at the end was a gate with 2 guards outside. He gave them his ID, and they let them pass. Mr. Yagami, pass. Dad, this feels kind of shady, Yamishi said. Kira is a dangerous person, but him being dangerous is not the only terrifying thing about him. He's also extremely smart, able to fool most people with ease. We have to be careful where we make a stand, his father replied with concern. I know, I've been researching him quite a bit actually. It looks like he uses the names of the people who have been publicized. Of course, he didn't just use that alone. He also managed to hack into the police and government servers and stole at least another month worth of data on criminals. Another month worth of names to write in the note. Wow, I don't think we've come to that conclusion actually. Then again, we've only been working on it for 1 day now. His father was amazed at what his son could come up with so quickly. He really was a genius. No, it's not a guy's fault. The killings have been done by people that have either been released from jail or their cases have been pushed to the back of the workload. In other words, he's targeting people with old records so that he could stay under the radar and not have his source cut off. Some would wonder why the ingenious Kira would release all this information as it would negatively affect him, but by now figured it all out. The person he was to meet was most definitely R. He had told his father these details as he knew that he would bring it up when introducing him to R. To find an ally in someone such as her would be in his best interest. Stay close to your enemy and predict the outcome of their actions. The pair pulled into an underground warehouse, and to Yamishi's father's surprise, the warehouse had been fully set up now. There were multiple workstations, computers, and rooms. The warehouse was now fully functioning. Wow, this place really has everything, doesn't it? Yamishi mentioned to his father. Distracted by the warehouse they had just entered, Yamishi's father replied with a quiet and shocked voice. When the car had been parked, they got out and were greeted by Watari, who was dressed in a black suit once again. This old man was so tall and lean, good for someone of his age, although he only seemed in his late 50s. Good morning, gentlemen. I see you brought Mr. Yamishi. Watari gave a smile. Or will be the most joyful. Ha! Yes, well, he certainly wanted to meet my son, chuckled Yami's father. Hey, Dad, why do you want to meet me? Yamishi questioned. Ha! Don't be so modest. I'm sure you already know why you're here, Watari said with a smile again. Right, I didn't want to be too full of myself, sorry. Of course, Yamishi knew exactly why he was here. Yamishi had already known what was happening. There was no way or would pass up the opportunity of working with someone who helped the Tokyo police solve 3 cases by himself, is one of, if not the smartest people in Tokyo, and had been predicted to have an IQ of over 200, all while still in his first year of high school. The government had wanted to get their hands on this boy since he was young. However, they had never been able to convince him to train under them. No need to apologize here. Also, there's no reason to hide your genius, Watari said, clearly knowing his information. Watari led the 2 of them into the same office/meeting room as yesterday. As they entered the room, they saw a skinny, short kid, only about 18 years of age, sitting cross-legged on a table. The kid looked up to the guests and took a lollipop from his mouth. Pleased to meet you. He stared right into Yamishi's eyes. I'm R. This is the mighty R. I have to be careful. He's probably at the same level as me, although he could be possibly lower. Yamishi now walked up to R and put out his hand. Hi, I'm Yamishi. Pleased to meet you. The 2 shook hands. I've done my research on you, Yamishi. I'm quite impressed, actually, said R. Thanks, I guess. I've also heard about you, replied Yamishi with a hint of awkwardness. Actually, you researched a lot about me too, didn't you? I like you. How about we be friends? Yamishi gave a smile. Yamishi wasn't a fool. Being so-called friends with her wasn't just for the friendship. He could tell that her wanted to use him for his intellect and skill. Light, Or Kira, though some may disagree, wasn't a psychopath nor was he a sociopath. He was a normal person. He was just born smart and with an extremely high IQ. Estimated at roughly 250 due to this, he saw things as how they should be, and through sacrificing himself, he tried to make the world a better place. In the end, Light, L, R, and Yamishi all had very similar situations. They were all born into a world which wasn't made for them. For this fact alone, Yamishi was extremely wary of R. Nevertheless, he replied, "Of course, I'd love that." "Oh, great." R looked Yamishi in the eye and taunted him. "Then call me Ryuzaki." Without hesitation, "Got it, you can just call me Yami, even though that isn't your real name." He smiled and looked calm, but secretly he was surprised. "What the fuck? No need to worry, it was a test, and I easily passed." "What a fucking idiot. Does he really think I'm that dumb?" "No, wait, it was an insult, that fucking asshole. I can't just let him insult me like that." Yamishi's face was still friendly. "Wow, Ryuzaki, it's so amazing to meet the famous LS successor." This was something that stumped Ryuzaki. He hadn't expected this. That piece of information only the members of the Whammy House could know. "How do you know that, Yami?" Ryuzaki still had a friendly face, but was clearly being cautious. He had to cool down the situation. Nothing to worry about, a friend. It was pretty obvious, actually. I mean, ever since LS' death, every time one top detective disappears, a new one appears in their place. And they all seem to be at the same level as the last. Yamishi knew when it was too far, and he had just gotten within inches of it. If only he wasn't so easy to anger. This was another thing Yamishi and Light had in common. Both were more emotional than they let on. They were both quick to anger, yet were able to hide it so easily. Yamishi decided it was time to ease the pressure in the room, so he spoke. "I know I wasn't brought here just to be your new friend, so how about we begin?" "Right. Yes, you're right. Let's begin." Ryuzaki had cooled down, but was still slightly suspicious of Yami. "Son, please tell her what you told me in the car earlier," Yamishi's father said. Yamishi looked at Ryuzaki and began. A smile crept across Ryuk's face. "Kikik, that was close, Yamishi. Be careful, or I'll have to write a name in my book." You see, almost every situation has been a group or gang turning on itself and killing each other. But almost half of the people involved in these cases have been in the news at some point in time. Assuming that Kira used the same tactics as last time, we can conclude that he kills people who have been seen on TV or in news articles. Yamishi took a moment and looked to see Ryuzaki had his thumb in his mouth, knees in his chest, and eyes on Yamishi's eyes. He was in every sense engaged in what Yami was saying. So Yamishi continued, "Further, L had discovered that Kira needs a name and a face to match it to be able to kill someone. We also know the rumors of a death god and a notebook being involved. Finally, with all this information, we must make sure to be open to any and all religions or even magic. These are real documents written by L and therefore must be taken seriously." Ryuzaki took his thumb from his mouth. "I'm not going to ask how you access this information, as it wouldn't serve me any benefits. Anyway, I'm very happy to say that you live up to my expectations. I came to the exact same conclusion not too long ago." Yamishi put on a friendly smile. "Great minds think alike. Yami, I'd like to hire you to work under me. We think alike, and therefore I believe our skills when put together will greatly improve our chances of catching Kira." Yamishi had expected this, and therefore planned for it. "I accept your offer. However, I'm not sure how useful I'll be, considering I still must go to school." "Yamishi, tell me, when was the last time you actually learned something new at school?" Ryuzaki said. "I would have to say around 2.5 years ago in geography." "I see what you're saying." "Yes, then I don't see any point in you attending to school any dash." Ryuzaki was halfway through his sentence when Yamishi interrupted. "Although I may not be learning something new every day, I would still like to attend school as usual." Ryuzaki had a confused face. "I don't see any logical reasoning in this. Please explain." "Knowledge isn't the only benefit of school. This is my teenage youth. I will help you, however I would like to continue school." Of course, the only real reason Yamishi needed to continue school is that he had been writing down that people would die continuously throughout the day, and with him attending school made him look less suspicious. Apart from this, There was also a need to keep and maintain his popularity and friendships. These would come in useful in the future. Well, I'm not here to force anything on you, so that will be fine. I'll sort out reasonable time schedules for you to work. Thank you, Ryuzaki. The group went back to discussing the Kira investigation, and the Yagami family was brought up a few times. I'm aware that Light Yagami was found out to be Kira in the past, but we can't just assume he hasn't come back. We're dealing with death gods and books of death here, Yamishi stated. Yamishi's father had a confused expression on his face. What do you mean, Light Yagami? How does he have anything to do with this investigation? Watari finally opened his mouth. Mr. Yagami, do you remember the rough time when Light Yagami should have died? It would have been roughly 60 to 70 years by now, right? Miyamishi's face looked pale. You don't mean? Watari continued. Yes, Mr. Yagami. The last Kira was discovered to be one of your own family. Kira was Light Yagami. When the previous Kira task force found out of his existence, he was shot and later found dead. Something strange was that he had died of a heart attack, not the bullet. Yamishi spoke again. So what you're saying is that when Kira is to die, he suffers a heart attack instead. I believe this may be the work of the death gods. I did my research on them, and they supposedly take the remaining life of a human and add it to their own. This can be seen throughout Japanese history. Ryuzaki continued from where Yamishi left off. We should have a team working on looking at anything to do with Shinigami, while the rest of us work on Kira. I'll get right to organizing it. Watari left the room, and Mr. Yagami followed behind. Now that they're gone, let's go over everything uncovered by L and his investigation team. Shall we? Yamishi questioned. Ryuzaki tapped the desk he was sitting on, and out popped a screen. The two sat next to each other and began looking through all the record from 70 years ago. Wait, what's this? Kakik. A group of people dressed in red robes and Shinigami masks could be seen in an abandoned underground car park. They were all seated around a giant wooden cross. The Holy One has come down to reward us for our loyalty and to punish those who have lost their faith, said an old man dressed in black robes. This man was the leader of the Tokyo Kira cult. The cult was known for committing acts of terrorism on those who were believed to be criminal or have criminal records. The cult believed that their god, a god of death, a Shinigami, would come back to Earth and finish what he had started. They believed Kira was a powerful god of death. They would serve him loyally till their death. Most had come from dark backgrounds or had wanted to redeem themselves from past acts of evil. Apart from a majority of members of the cult, there existed a hierarchy. At the top of this hierarchy sat the commander of Kira and his family. Directly below them sat the messenger of Shur, believed to be the only one who could communicate with Kira and the other death gods. Controlling each of the 8 regions was a lord of Kira. Under them were the servant of Shur, who controlled and looked after any city or towns within a lord's region. Finally, at the very bottom came the cult members who served the hierarchy. These cult members were divided up into smaller groups, which served various purposes. However, its strength had begun to diminish many years ago due to the increase in police and government activity, as well as the decrease of active members. Now all that was left of the powerful Kira cult were remnants of its former self, small individually acting groups and families who still believed their god would come back. With the number of deaths and police activity in the past weeks, it wasn't a surprise that the Kira cult had found out about it. They had begun to suspect, and rumors had started to go around in the cult. The individually acting groups and families had begun contacting each other and forming alliances in wait for the confirmation of their god. Meanwhile, the commander of Shur had heard the rumors, and while his family had fallen in power, there were still a large number of members, lords, and families willing to support the cult. The Kira cult, the cult of death, had begun its rise to power once more as former members and even entire families began to come back. A lot of these families were rich and powerful families throughout all of Japan, some of which owned large businesses and companies, while others owned smaller but still quite profitable businesses. The point is that the cult had begun to regain some of its former wealth and resources. Naturally, the old hierarchy had also started to emerge once again. Call for a meeting between the 8 of Japan's lords. We must all come together in 3 days from now. The meeting will commence at exactly 12 p.m. at the Satoshi residence in Saitama. Now, go. A middle-aged man said as he waved off his servant. Right away, master. The servant ran off to deliver the message his master had told him to. Finally, I will once more be Japan's true ruler, one above all except the almighty Kira. In an entirely different room in the manor, the servant had typed a letter onto a computer and sent it out to every lord and his family in Japan. With this, the first meeting of the Kira cult had been set. Now all they could do was wait. When each family got the message, they began preparing for the assembly. Entire households were joyed to get confirmation that Kira had returned, and with him, their power throughout Japan. The families dressed in their best clothes and began heading to a place just outside Tokyo called Saitama. This place is where Satoshi, one of the commander's most loyal lords, lived. This region of Japan, Kanto, was, or at least used to be, under the control of him. The fact that the commander had chosen him to hold this meeting made him pleased, as this was the first step in taking back what his father had gained then lost. Ryuk was right when choosing to give the death note to a Yagami. Not only am I finding him interesting to watch, but now this too. The old Shinigami king could be seen seated in his throne, watching down on Japan from above, enjoying himself for the first time in 70 years. Mummy, where are you and Dad going? A little boy questioned. Well, your father and I have been invited to a gathering of very important people. Together we will make the world a happy place. Just for you, a loving mother said as she poked the little boy's nose. When will you be back, Mummy? The boy said while reaching out for a hug. The mother picked the boy up and held him to her chest with a hug. I will be back in 3 days from now. In the meantime, make sure to be a good boy for the maids, okay? Okay, Mum. With that, the woman got into the back seats of a car with her husband. The car's driver then pulled out from the family estate. It was a long ride to Saitama from across the other side of Japan. However, the entire trip was filled with anticipation for the future of their family. Soon they would rise to power once again. Therefore, it was only natural for them to be nervous. Honey, it's okay to be nervous. I am too. We are meeting the higher-up families of Japan, but with any luck, we may soon rise to the top and stand with them. The husband said, reassuring his wife. Yes, you're completely right. Soon we will be back in power, and it's all thanks to the return of Kira. Without him, none of this would be possible. She said in agreement with her husband. We should be at the hotel any moment now, Mr. Kenichi, said the driver. Good, replied Kenichi. When they finally arrived and got out of the car, they were greeted with a huge black and gold building. This building was the Satoshi Deluxe Hotel. This place is indeed worthy for all of the lords of Japan, said Mr. Kenichi. Yes, master. You will stay here for tonight, and then at exactly 11 a.m. tomorrow, I will pick you up and bring you to the gathering held by 12 p.m. at Satoshi residence. Is everything all right, sir? Asked the driver. Yes, that's all good. Just make sure to get my suitcase to my room. The Lord said this as he began walking off towards the hotel entrance. Meanwhile, at the Satoshi residence, Mr. Satoshi, there is somebody here to meet you. A girl, it seems, informed the butler. Send her in, the Lord replied while reading a book. The butler opened the door and in walked a young girl with blonde hair, most likely in high school. Good afternoon, Mr. Satoshi. My name is Amain. I am here on the behalf of Kira himself, said the young girl with a sense of superiority. Kira, and tell me why I will believe such bullshit. What on earth makes you even qualified to speak that way to me? The Lord yelled with anger, clearly sensitive to lies about his God. Amain pointed at the butler and turned her head to face him. She whispered so that nobody could hear her, Tetsuo. His name is Tetsuo. She turned back to face the Lord and spoke. This man, Kira, will now take his life. The Lord raised an eyebrow. In the next 5 seconds, the butler began grasping at his heart. He fell to the ground with a thump. It was a heart attack, the signature kill of Kira. I don't believe it. Kira has come to me. He has spoken to me of all people. The Lord walked out from his desk and got onto his knees and bowed down. I am his. Kira controls everything I do from now onwards. It was obvious that he meant every word that had been said. He would indeed serve Kira with everything that he had. In the beginning of Kira's return, Yamishi had noticed that the Kira cult was starting to rise in power and were beginning to act out more often. He had learned through research that the Kira cult had once been a very powerful force through Japan, some believing that they were secretly partially controlling Japan itself. He then knew that this was something worth acting upon. He hacked into government files and found quite a lot of information on the Kira cult. With his power, he could make some of the high-ups of the cult rat out their leaders, killing them and forcing them to write their leader's name before death. All he needed to do this was a name, and who better to use than Misa Main? With her deal with the Shinigami, she was given the Shinigami eyes, allowing her to see both the name of a person and their remaining life force. With this, finding the higher-ups information was easy. Once he knew the whereabouts of someone in power, he decided to make Misa go and talk with them. He would be able to convince them if he gave Misa an invisible, untraceable earpiece. If she gave him a name to write, he would write it, allowing for her to be believable when faced with the obvious doubt that would come with being a messenger of Kira. Finally, now that all of this had been achieved, he could use this lord to gain more power throughout Japan. Misa, tell him that he will announce the return of Kira, that he himself has been a witness to Kira's powers, that Kira has spoken to him. Misa looked to the lord and told him to stand up. She then relayed the words to the man. Thank you, Great One. I will definitely follow these orders you have given me. I will do as you command, the Lord said with praise. Misa spoke once again, this time on her own accord. Good. I'm sure you know how to do this. When you feel the time is right, call me up in front of everyone. Bring out a sinner, and Kira will show his presence. Understood. I will get a sinner brought to the estate at once and plan out the gathering based around this, the Lord said with a bow. Great, with this I will be leaving. I'll be back at 12 p.m. tomorrow ready for the gathering. If you let anyone know my face or identity, well, you won't know what Kira will do. Misa began walking out of the room, not looking back while the Lord replied to her comment. Of course, I wouldn't dream of it. Once Misa had left the residence, she got on a train back to Tokyo City. Good job, Misa. You've done well. Very skillful. Yamishi praised her on her skills. Thank you, Yami. I couldn't have done it without you. After all, I'm only a servant and you, my master, she rebutted. Misa, just take my compliment. Make sure to wear the mask I dropped off at your house last week, Yamishi said with a touch of annoyance. Wow, to think you've been planning this for that long. You truly have everything figured out, huh? Misa said. The two continued to talk until Misa got home. By this time, Yamishi had decided it was time to write some more names in the notebook of death. The main goal still remained to rebuild what light strived for, to become a god of the new world, a better world. Thud, 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 asterisk. The sounds of bodies hitting the ground sounded out in a prison. Once again, all over Japan, hundreds had died, but this time something was different. The majority of a prison's population had been completely wiped out. Only guards, cult members, and prisoners who had been imprisoned for non-severe crimes had survived. This Kira had made a rule for himself. If he was going to convert the people of this world, there must first be people left. Therefore, killing people for things such as petty theft was a little overboard. Not to mention Yamishi was planning on getting the public back to Kira's side as the previous Kira had done. It was the next day, and news had gotten out that Kira had taken out an entire prison, sparing only what the press could describe as the redeemable. Good morning. I'm Yui Ito, and we ate here today at Maebashi Prison in Gunma, where over the course of 2 hours 9,000 prisoners have died, said a female reporter over live TV. And exactly what was the cause of all of these deaths, Miss Ito? Replied an old man news anchor. Well, they haven't released anything about this yet. However, people believe it's related to all the recent heart attacks in Japan. And who may be causing the heart attacks? Well, who else than Kira themselves? Anyway, that's it from me. Back to you guys in the office. Up next, we will be having an interview with a Kira supporter. Tap. Yamishi turned the television off with his phone and took a bite from his breakfast toast. I'll see you later, Mom. I'm going to go hang out with my girlfriend. Oh, that's great, dear. Just make sure to wear a mask while in the dirty part of the city, said Yamishi's mother with care at her heart. Don't worry, Mom, he replied as he walked out from the front door. It was currently 9 a.m. on Saturday, and he was off to meet Misa to finalize the remaining details of the day's plan. The two met up at the same cafe as the first time they had gotten coffee. Since then, the two had surprisingly gotten closer. Of course, Yamishi wasn't particularly noticing it. However, he still enjoyed having Misa around. They spoke for a while about the plan, finalizing it. Once everything was set, they began to talk about other things, Yamishi pretending to not be slightly annoyed by Misa. Maybe he did this as part of his so-called plan, or maybe it was something else, something deeper than that. Either way, it would be pushed to the side, as he didn't need feeling like that. He was past such human things. Before they knew it, it was already 11 a.m. and was time to head to the Satoshi residence. It was time to bring in the support of the Kira cult. Once they had finished discussing their plan, the two split up. Yamishi was to stay at the cafe, while Misa would go to the Satoshi residence. Once Misa arrived, she would wait for the Lord to begin talking about how he had spoken to Kira through their messenger and had been given instructions. Meanwhile, Yamishi would stay in the cafe and do his part of the plan. 15 minutes later. Yamishi, I'm here now, said Misa. Are you wearing the mask I gave to you? If so, just walk in through the back entrance, which should be unlocked, Yamishi said with seriousness. I'm wearing it now. The back entrance is open. I'm going in now, Misa replied as she put on the mask. The mask was a basic smooth white face mask with two eye slits surrounded in a thin band red. This mask looked plain, but suited her. As she walked in, a butler was awaiting her arrival. She looked him up and down as he did the same. I suspect you are Kira's messenger. Follow me. My lord is getting ready to start speaking. Misa followed the man in complete silence. She wouldn't speak unless absolutely necessary. As she followed him through the house, there was much Kira art, as well as Christian artwork and pieces. The whole manor was devoted to Kira and Christianity. It seemed as though this cult put the two together like they were connected. The butler noticed her looking around and spoke. My master has devoted his entire life to Kira, believing all the people who'd leave the cult to pursue other things to be nothing more than fools. He is truly one of Kira's most devoted and loyal followers. Misa knew that Yamishi had heard this, and so she kept quiet. Yamishi, on the other hand, let out a small chuckle. Haha, the more devoted than I initially believed. Some things you can't learn unless you experience it firsthand. Yamishi chuckled over the earpiece. Misa nodded her head and continued following the butler. About 15 seconds later, they arrived at an elevator. It would make sense if there was an underground area in this mansion, as it was built atop a giant hill. The butler looked back to Misa and smiled. The meeting is being held below the manor. I will take you to an area where you can stay until you are called out. Misa nodded her head once again to communicate that she understood. The butler pressed the elevator button, and right away the door opened. The pair walked in and stood next to each other. The doors closed, and Misa took a few seconds to take in the beauty of the elevator. It was gold-plated and had many expensive decorations to it. The butler quickly picked up on what she was doing and spoke. This elevator is the one only used by the master and very important guests, you being one of those guests. Misa stood in silence, unresponsive of what the butler had just said. However, he soon recognized that she had heard him and stood there in silence as well. He knew there was no disrespect in her actions, only caution. That was something he respected in itself, as a member of the Kira cult. When the two had finally reached the level where they needed to get off, they had already passed 5 levels. The doors opened and revealed a white hallway with a red carpet through the middle of it. On both sides of the hallway were doors separating each room from the hallway and paintings describing the events of 70 years ago. All these paintings kept the same Christian look to them. At the end of the hallway was a huge white double door. The butler walked out and Misa followed. The pair walked to the end of the hallway and took a door to the left, which led to another smaller hallway. This hallway had the same look as the previous one, however, had no doors. The two followed the hallway until they reached a smaller door. Once they passed through it, they walked out onto a stage just behind the huge red curtains. The master will call you out in a moment, said the butler as he walked off the stage through the same door. It was 5 minutes later, and Misa had finally been called out. This subject is very important and must be taken seriously. I have recently been given a mission directly from Kira himself, said Lord Satoshi. Chatter started between the many lords' families and high-ups. What is he talking about? Said one. I'm not sure. There's no way Kira has spoken directly to one of us, said another. What I say is true. I will now prove it. Satoshi turned to look at the side of the stage and continued. This is Kira's messenger. Kira himself talked to me through her. Come here, please. Out from the huge red curtains came a girl with blonde hair. On her face was a plain white mask with no features apart from two eye slits surrounded in red. The Lord began to speak again as she walked out. Bring me the sinner. With that, two men could be seen dragging out a bloodied man in a business suit. This man seemed to be a part of the Yakuza, as he had many tattoos covering the whole of his body. Satoshi got down on his hands and knees and began pleading that Kira kill this man for his sins. Chatter broke out once again, but was quickly silenced by the sound of a body hitting the wooden floor. It was the man. He was clawing at his heart, spasming on the floor. Everybody was completely still, completely silent. This had all happened so quickly. One moment a man had been brought out in front of a girl, and the next he was having a heart attack, then dead on the floor. Nobody knew what to say. All they could do was listen. The silence continued to control the room, all awaiting the moment someone would break it. The man had finally died and was now laying on the stage dead. The lord of the manor stood up from his kneeling position and began to speak, finally breaking the silence. This is the power of Kira, the power that belongs to nobody other than the god of death himself, he said. The entire audience was still shocked at what had happened, so much so that nobody could utter a single word. The Lord continued, This is Kira's messenger, sent to me to give me orders. Nobody could disagree with what he was saying, as they had personally seen it themselves. An old man spoke out, everyone looking to him in response. As a child, I was saved by Kira. The audience heard this and gasped with surprise. This old man was definitely loyal. Ha. I want no more Misa. Tell him to continue. Yamishi surprisingly sounded deranged, crazy in a sense, as he let out soft yet maniacal laughter. Ryuk smiled, hovering over Yamishi. Kiki, light. Right as the Lord was about to speak out, Misa walked toward the old man in the crowd. She knelt down and spoke. Kira says he's saved many people. However, he wishes for you to continue. He wants to know his followers' story as he is a gracious God. So, old man, why don't you continue? This grasped the attention of the audience as they gazed back at the old man. Of course, I will continue. I was just a child in daycare when one day an aggressive man walked into the facility. He was yelling and screaming at the staff when he pulled out a gun on us. He proceeded to take myself and a few other children, as well as a teacher, hostage. He was about to start making demands when all of a sudden he knelt to the ground, holding his chest. It was my mother and father who told me that I'd been saved by luck, but I knew that it was something else, someone. When I got older and Kira was beginning to make the world a better place, I knew it. I knew that this was that someone who had saved me that day. Every word that the man had said were completely sincere and truthful. In the cafe, Yamishi sat and thought. The story somehow seemed familiar. Although Ryuk had told him many stories of light, he hadn't mentioned this one. Tell him that I remember it well, said Yamishi with a different tone of voice, one that could be best described as indifferent but deep in thought. Under Misa's mask, a smile appeared, unbeknownst to all. She looked to the old man again. He remembers it well. The old man began to cry. Never in his life did he think he would meet Kira once more. He could only strive by becoming powerful, not even realizing this till now. Thank you, Kira, the old man said as he looked at the girl with the mask, tears rolling down his cheeks. Soon others began crying, later kneeling down to their god. Thank you, Kira, said one lord. I knew our god would return, said another. Even the Lord's protectors and followers were on their knees, praising and thanking Kira. This is what Yamishi liked. No, this is what Kira liked to see. Yamishi, so almost there. He had almost gained the following of the Kira cult. All that needed to be done is to confirm their following by talking to the leaders of the cult. Misa, it's time to wrap things up, said Yamishi with haste, desiring to confirm what he had predicted. Misa stood up and spoke for the last time before she would leave this estate, this time with a strong tone, making sure to emphasize her point. Kira has returned. He needs you all. The loyalty and faithfulness you all have shown will be repaid. Lord Satoshi knows the mission of Kira. Commander, you already know what to do. Miss then proceeded to walk off the stage, through the door, and up the elevator. Lord Satoshi had been given an untraceable phone and earpiece, which would be used to communicate with Misa. Yamishi took off the earpiece and put away the notebook. He then left for home. The trip took only 15 minutes by bus. Ring, ring. After arriving home, he received a phone call. As he took out his phone, he noticed it was a private number, instantly realizing the call was most likely from Ryuzaki. Hello, this is Yami. Yes, it's Ryuzaki. We need to talk in private as soon as possible. Meet me tomorrow at the warehouse. Yamishi made a frustrated face as he entered the house. Yes, sure. I'll be there at 8. I think I know who Kira is. Yamishi's face went sour. Ikik, don't worry, Yamishi. I'll write your name before anything happens, Ryuk said after grabbing an apple and eating it whole. It was the next day, and Yamishi and his father were on the road to the warehouse. So, son, why did you need to come in? The father said. Yamishi was looking out the window when he replied. Ryuzaki said he needed me to come in. He had an idea who Kira might be. Really? That was rather quick. I guess he doesn't get his reputation from nowhere, replied Yamishi's father. Hey, Dad, it's not just him. I've come to find someone suspicious, too. I'll tell you after I confirm it with Ryuzaki, Yamishi said as he stretched and yawned. When they arrived at the warehouse, they passed through security, as usual, arriving at the office after 5 minutes of interruptions. Although Yamishi was quite annoyed by all this, he kept his usual calm demeanor. Yamishi's father left Yamishi as he got to the office. When Yamishi walked into the office, he smiled as soon as his eyes fell on Ryuzaki. This smile was a friendly one with a hint of happiness. Good to see you again, Ryuzaki. About what you said on the phone. I believe I have come to the same conclusion as you, Yamishi said as he walked up to Ryuzaki and sat down at his desk. Ryuzaki looked to Yamishi with a calm, yet domineering expression as though he was looking down at him. Do you now? I have actually come to suspect you to be Kira. I expected such a thing to occur eventually. However, I also know that I am one of many suspects. My only connection to Kira is through blood relation and intellect. This isn't something that I would use as a basis. Although it should make me a suspect, I expect more than just that. Yamishi shot Ryuzaki a disappointed look. Ryuzaki, as though being hit with that look, continued. That's exactly why you're only a suspect. I've been watching you recently and found something interesting. Good. I was hoping you weren't going off of suspicion. So what is it that made you suspect me the most? Yamishi adjusted his hair from his eyes and put his feet up on the table as he leant back. This motion gave Yamishi a calm look which Ryuzaki immediately noticed. Ryuzaki, without realizing it, was slowly being convinced, yet at the same time becoming more and more suspicious. He felt like Yamishi was turning the conversation around with ease. As I watched you, I noticed that you went to a cafe. In said cafe, you pulled out a book. You waited for a while, twirling your pen around in your hand. After the wait, you pulled out your phone and wrote down 2 things into the book, said Ryuzaki with suspicion evident in his voice. Yamishi had realized exactly what he was talking about. The way he had killed the so-called sinner was by using Misa's help. She would read out the name of the person while he used a mask with a built-in camera connected to his phone to have the face of the person. In order to kill someone with a death note, 2 things were needed, a name and a face. With his plans, he could have both. With the silence between the two, Ryuzaki decided to continue. Now, doesn't this look a little suspicious? Kira needs both a name and a face. This was confirmed all those years ago. So why not explain this to me? Yamishi sighed as he began to speak. It's rather simple, actually. I had gone to the cafe, as it was a place I like to visit to get some alone time. I'm sure you already know I go there often, and if not, simply check the CCTV from the streets, and you'll see this. Now, the book was my notebook where I write everything I need to do, as well as anything important that needs to be written down. Technology isn't very trustworthy. Finally, my girlfriend sent me a message about meeting up sometime, so I wrote it down. Ryuzaki stayed silent with a look that said he wanted proof. Yamishi pulled out his phone and pulled up a message which he had received from Misa 20 minutes before pulling out his phone. Ryuzaki read the message, and Yamishi was telling the truth. To further the fabricated story, Yamishi pulled out a notebook from his backpack. In the notebook were multiple pages of information and research, notes, checklists, and personal information. I believe you now. Thank you for clearing this up with me. Ryuzaki scratched his head and continued, sorry about that. In my position, I have to be extremely precautious. Yamishi laughed and said to Ryuzaki, don't worry, this is something I know and understand. We're still friends after all. Ryuzaki looked back to Yamishi and smiled. Thank you. However, although we are friends, you are still a suspect. Yamishi gave Ryuzaki an understanding look and sat back up from his leant backwards position. So now it's my turn, right? I've recently encountered someone suspicious. Oh, do tell me. A fully blacked out van could be seen on the side of a road in a city district. We move in at exactly 7 p.m., said one officer. Yes, sir, replied another. In this van was a group of 6 SAT officers, the Japanese Special Assault Team. All of the SAT members fully kitted out in their high-tech black ballistics armor. Each person either carrying an assault rifle or extant 11, a newly developed shotgun. The electrocharge was a weapon mod. When attached, it would connect to the high-tech ballistics armor, giving the user enhanced reflexes and faster movement. These SAT officers were ready for anything that may happen. In a car which sat just behind the van a couple of meters away were 2 more people. This was Yamishi and Ryuzaki. Yamishi had told Ryuzaki about a group of Kira cult members who were extremely close to Kira. He had provided no proof, but Ryuzaki couldn't let this opportunity pass up. He would catch Kira at any cost. Yo, Ryuzaki, why are we here again? Couldn't we have stayed back at the base? It's a little dangerous, not to mention we're the best chance this country has of catching Kira. Yamishi said, wanting to understand why he had been dragged out here. Not everything in this investigation will be safe. In fact, from this point onwards, it'll be a lot harder for us. Also, if what you say is true, I need to see this for myself, Ryuzaki replied. The night was dark and cold, and the air seemed refreshing on the face. The two sat in wait as the night went by slowly. When it had finally reached 7 p.m., the door to the van slid open. Out came all 6 SAT officers holding their high-powered weapons up, watching for any movement in the streets. The area was mainly abandoned due to cult and gang activity, and therefore allowing for the officers to shoot on sight. As Yamishi and Ryuzaki watched, the men moved up to the door of a large building and placed a small round device on it. They quickly got to either side of the door, and with a loud boom, the door was blasted open. To be honest, there was nothing left of the door after the explosion. The SAT officers ran in, clearing the building one room at a time, making sure not to leave a single spot unturned. Nothing could be heard apart from the occasional horn of a distant car. Bang, bang. All of a sudden, gunshots were heard as the men retreated from the building. One had been dragged out by his fellow officers. The commander of the group quickly notified Ryuzaki of the current situation. They're in there. There's so many of them. We need to get out, dash. The man's voice went quiet as bullets sprayed out towards the SAT officers. Not long, and the car, which Yamishi and Ryuzaki were in, had its tires shot out. Yamishi ducked down and opened the car door, which faced away from the cult, and began climbing out. Fuck. Quick, Ryuzaki, follow me. We need to get out of here. Ryuzaki followed his actions, handing Yamishi a gun while doing so. Here, take this, you might need it. Don't worry, there aren't any repercussions to this, so if you're in danger, shoot back at them, he yelled. Yamishi took the gun from Ryuzaki and quickly got behind the cover of the car. He looked down at the gun. This was something he knew how to use. It was a hobby of his to learn combat skills, such as martial arts and shooting. These were some of the only things he could truly find fun. Yamishi held the gun in the right position and grabbed a piece of shattered mirror from the car. He then held his hand out to the side, revealing the places of all the shooters. He quickly sprung up, showing only his head, arms, and the gun, and quickly fired at all the spots he had seen. One by one, they dropped dead. He quickly dropped back to the ground and saw Ryuzaki looking at him in surprise. Quickly, we have to get out of here. This is clearly something bigger than we thought, Yamishi said with a hurried voice. Ryuzaki quickly came back to his senses. He had known that Yamishi was good at using a gun, but he never knew he was this good. Right, let's get to the van. It's armored and so are its tires. That's our way out of here. Yamishi nodded, and the two quickly ran to the van from the car, which had been severely shot up. Only a few bullets were shot at them in the process, one of which hit Yamishi in the arm. Crap, I got hit, Yamishi thought to himself as he held his forearm. Luckily for Yamishi, the bullet had only given him a slight wound on his forearm, nothing to get too worried about. The SAT officers who had also taken cover behind the van were all calm. These men had been trained for situations like this. The door of the van was swung open, and they all piled into it. None had died from the team that night. However, once backup arrived at the scene of the attack, no one was to be seen. The only thing left was the traces of a violent shootout. It was the next day, and Yamishi and his father sat before Ryuzaki in his office waiting for him to speak. Yamishi's arm had been bandaged after being shot, and he had taken a day off from school to recover. Before much longer, Ryuzaki opened his mouth. "From what I saw yesterday, you are well trained to be able to pull that off. I've already done my research previously, so I knew you could use a gun, but somehow you still far surpass my expectations. Therefore, I will be assigning you a new role." Yamishi smiled and waited for Ryuzaki to continue. However, his father wasn't the same. "Excuse my ignorance, but this is my son. He's still a high schooler, and you took him to such a dangerous spot. What makes you think I'd let you continue?" said Yamishi's father. "This job is full of danger, and although I knew that I still did this, I am truly sorry, but I will need him to be doing much more dangerous things in the future. You see, he has insane reflexes and skill, not to mention his intellect, which is on par with my own. I want him to take my spot when out in the field. This means he will need to fight occasionally," said Ryuzaki. Everything he said was with truth. He wouldn't hide his intentions from Yamishi or his father, as there was absolutely no point in doing so. Yamishi's father stood up as soon as he heard this. "I will not accept th dash." Yamishi interrupted his father as he put his hand on his shoulder. "Father, there's no need to worry. When out there, I will most likely be fully suited up and armed. If this is what required of me, then I'll do it without question." His father couldn't say anything as he stood still and stared at his son. Ryuzaki smiled as he began talking. "Of course, there's no need to worry about your son's safety, as he will be set up in the best possible armor. Not to mention, he won't be first on the field. In fact, the only times he will need to fight are if his team is taken out. But that would be almost impossible, as the team I have set up for him to lead are the best of the best." Yamishi's father knew no matter what he said, his son would always do the right thing, even if it meant putting himself in danger. "I understand, as long as my son comes home at the end of the day. I will trust you this time, Please excuse my previous ignorance." Ryuzaki got up and walked to a door. On the other side of the door was a figure holding something. When he opened the door, in walked Watari. Yamishi looked to Watari, was holding a case of some sort. "What's the case for?" he asked. Watari didn't speak and instead walked over to the desk Yamishi and his father were seated at. He placed the case on the desk and opened it. As he did so, Ryuzaki walked back over to his desk and sat down. "This is for you, Yamishi." Ryuzaki leant forward in his chair and pulled out a black skin-tight suit. The suit was fitted with multiple small and thin black plates of armor. This suit was obviously built for Yamishi's body. The suit was also fitted with a gun holster on the leg. It included gloves and shoes which could be taken off. It was clearly high-tech and built out of the highest quality fabricated materials. Even the parts between the plates of armor could be considered high quality, as it was some sort of metallic nanofiber. As Yamishi analyzed it, he couldn't help but wonder what the materials used were and the suit's overall properties. He realized that the suit would have to have been custom-built or at least still in testing, as he had never seen anything like it. Of course, nanofiber and bulletproof armor were inventions of the past. However, this suit seemed different. It was somehow so much more advanced than what the SAT had used the day before. It seems to be very high quality. "Dad, there's no need to worry anymore. This armor is undoubtedly strong enough to protect me," Yamishi said as he gave his father a pat on the back to make him feel more comfortable. "Indeed it is. I have come to a temporary conclusion that after analyzing you, I could consider you to be one of my most trustworthy acquaintances," Ryuzaki said as he got up from his chair once more. Yamishi had completed his goal in gaining Ryuzaki's trust. He too had been analyzing Ryuzaki and had learnt many things over the time they had known each other. One of the most important things he had learnt was that while Ryuzaki may say something, it might only be said to test him. Ryuzaki did this quite often, like, for example, when he had told Yamishi that he suspected that he was in fact Kira. This wasn't just said because that's what he believed, but also to see what Yamishi's reaction would be like and whether it would be faked or genuine. Yamishi wasn't being naive. He knew that Ryuzaki was around the same level as him when it came to the intellect. It was very possible that the only skill Yamishi had over Ryuzaki was his ability to manipulate those around him. The rest of the day was spent working on the Kira file. However, nothing notable was discovered. That said, there was still major progress made on the whereabouts of that cult group that had ambushed the SAT team. Meanwhile, in another ward, a girl could be seen in her room. The entire room was full of pictures of Yamishi Yagami. The girl lay on the ground, talking to herself. Light, you're beginning to remember. You even remembered saving someone. How much longer until Dash? It was late in the afternoon. Misa had finished school and arrived home. All she could think about was Light. How long until you finally returned to me? Misa lay on her back on her bedroom floor, which she had stayed in for the past few months. Her room filled with pictures of Yamishi Yagami, her eyes full of lust. She slowly unzipped her school skirt and pulled it down her smooth, pale legs. Her body was easily on par with a model, and her face surpassed that. She was cute, yet sexy. She then slid her hand into her panties, beginning to play with herself, her fingers' actions causing her to breathe a little faster. Soon she brought her second hand up underneath her uniform shirt, playing with her nipples, pinching and rubbing them. Her toes curled, and her breaths became ragged as she let out small moans of pleasure. Passion and lust were put into every motion of her hand as it toyed with her. Just the thought of Yamishi would bring her closer and closer. She played with herself for a while, letting out small moans as she did. Her breaths slowly became even heavier than before as she began to move her fingers in a faster motion, causing her to let out the occasional louder moan. Her face full of lust for Yamishi and her body playing in tune with the pleasure she was feeling, pretending that her hand was instead Yamishi-kun. Yamishi, Light-kun. As she said this, she began to feel as though she was on the verge of finishing. Her lips dripped with the love she felt for Light. Soon she arched up as she climaxed, letting out a loud moan. But this wasn't the end. She continued to play with her soaked wet. As she did, she let out more moans and gasped for air. Her face was indescribable now, as it was completely filled with the absolute pleasure and lust she was experiencing. She still wasn't satisfied, though. She would be until she had Yamishi-kun all to herself. She continued like this for the next 10 minutes, still in a constant state of pleasure. Light-kun, no, Yamishi-kun. She once again climaxed and arched her back as she let out a loud moan. Without realizing it, she was beginning to fall for Yamishi as an individual. Meanwhile, at the Yagami residence, I don't understand. Why do I remember doing things which I wasn't even born to experience? Yamishi said out loud. He had decided to put this thought to rest the night before. However, just now it had managed to resurface in his mind. Ryuk, answer me. Yamishi yelled. Ryuk readjusted himself from his current position, which was bent over backwards, eating an apple. Kakik, Yamishi. I've always said you were like Light. That's because you two are the same person I sense. Yamishi looked at Ryuk with an expression of surprise. Not once had he suspected this. He knew of the deal Misa had made with the Shinigami King. However, in her explanation, not once was it stated that he was the same person as Light. I don't understand, Ryuk. Are you saying that he was reborn as me? Questioned Yamishi. Ryuk finished the apple, core included, and began to explain. When Light Yagami died, Misa Amain was depressed until she finally suicided. But unlike what she expected, she wasn't met with nothingness. She was met with the Shinigami realm. And in front of her, the Shinigami King. Yamishi looked to Ryuk with a puzzled face. Although he was following what Ryuk had said and had already determined what the deal was, he didn't understand why the Shinigami King would make such a deal. Ryuk continued. Her last wish was to see Light one more time, so when the Shinigami King saw this, he decided he could benefit from it. He made a deal with Misa that a part of Light Soul would go to you. As payment, she would have to keep you safe, and in the event you die, she would serve both her own as well as your sentence for using the Death Note. As I thought, she was too obsessed over Light. There would be no way she would take the chance to come back and serve Kira without asking to bring Light back. Yamishi understood that she wouldn't betray him, but now she knew why. The only thing he still wondered was why the Shinigami King made that deal. Seeing Yamishi was still deep in thought, Ryuk spoke again. The Shinigami realm is quite a boring place, even for a king. The instrument to write with can be anything, e.g. cosmetics, blood, etc., as long as it can write directly onto the note and remains as legible letters. The Kira team had arrived at the scene of a mysterious murder. It was early in the morning, the smog was thick, and the air so cold it hurt to breathe. This murder had been a Kira attack. Death by heart attack. The victim was a well-known politician. This politician had been known to be corrupt, but due to his connections with the higher-ups, he had stayed in control. Recently, the corrupted politician had been under heavy fire after being suspected for the murder of a fellow politician who had been fighting with him for his position. This second politician was unlike the corrupted one and served the community, helping out with charity and contributing during the recent hard times. Due to this, the corrupted politician was finding it extremely difficult to keep himself in the clear. In the end, he made it out with no punishment, even though clear evidence was submitted. The public was outraged with this outcome. With this plus the mayhem which Kira had caused, the cult was beginning to gain more and more members. Yamishi had noticed the increase in members of the cult as Misa had been reporting back to him. She had also been managing the Tokyo cult, alongside Kanto region's Lord Satoshi. Because of the increase in cult members, Yamishi came to the conclusion that this could be attributed to the favored politician's death and his murderer, the corrupt politician. Once he saw this opportunity, he wouldn't let it go by. Yamishi decided to kill the corrupted murdering man. By doing this, he could further cement his place in future operations, as well as satisfy the public. The building the Kira team had arrived at was the main office building of the deceased politician, Shun Fukushi. The building was a regular 3-story building, which could be seen on the outside of city. This time, instead of using a SAT team to help out in the Kira Task Force's operation, they decided to use their newly created KCA team. KCA, standing for Kira Combat Assault Team. The doors to the KCA vans opened, and out came a group of Level 2 officers. The KCA team was split into 4 levels. Level 1 was for small arrests and less combat. Level 2 was basically the same, but instead of small arrests, it would be used to protect a team of investigators, as well as they would be put into a decent amount of combat. Level 3 was for combat use only, and were specially trained to take on any threat. Level 4 was the commander's position, which each team would need 1 commander. Unlike the other levels, these commanders would mix in the ranks and lead a group from the below 3 levels. Yamishi was a Level 4 KCA commander. The group of Level 2s held their weapons high as they entered and checked for any dangers inside of the building. The group split into 3 pairs and went room by room, checking for anything which looked out of place. Yamishi was with a large muscular man. Not only was he in such good shape, but he was also extremely good at his job. He moved in first in an aggressive yet tactical way. Each movement he made was completely thought out. Yamishi quickly picked up on his style, and much to the muscular man's surprise, completely replicated his movements and tactics. Yamishi was in his newly developed suit of armor. It was worn underneath his school clothes. After this investigation, Yamishi would be heading off to school. He had already missed 2 days and didn't plan to make it 3, as today was a test. It didn't take long to clear out the whole building, as it wasn't very large. The KCA team hadn't found anything which seemed dangerous, and so they began to guard each floor, while Yamishi took a quick look around, noting down anything which caught his attention. A few minutes later, a smaller group of 3 Kira investigators walked into the building. 2 of the 3 investigators Yamishi knew, and so he walked up to them and shook their hands. "Good morning, investigators. Please notify me or of anything you find which seems strange or out of place. This murder is something which is most likely being used to gain followers for the Kira cult. Keep this in mind while doing your job," said Yamishi as he walked out of the building. In front of the building was a black car. This car was an expensive type and had been sitting there ready to take him to school. Yamishi walked up to the car, and the door was opened by its driver, who was waiting in front of the car. He then proceeded to get in. The trip to school was only 30 minutes, as the crime scene was on the outer city and his school was closer to the center. After arriving at his school, Yamishi got out and was greeted by looks of admiration. Of course, some would rather look down on those who were more successful than themselves, but that didn't matter to Yamishi. He was popular, and that was his goal. As Yamishi walked through the school gates, people gave him looks of admiration. They could all appreciate the car which he had just stepped out from. Yamishi didn't mind this, as it was something which worked to his advantage. Admiration and respect were both things which Yamishi needed to have a lot of in order to proceed with certain plans. "Yamishi, where were you? You never miss a day of school," said a first year. This first year was one of Yamishi's close friends and was called Jean. Jean was also Yamishi's main source of gossip and school-related info. Yamishi liked to stay on top of everything, including the gossip about those around him. This could help in getting an advantage over others who would try to drag him down with them. Of course, Yamishi tried to associate with everyone, but some people just weren't worth the time needed to observe them. Yamishi put his arm around Jean and replied to his question. "Well, I had extra work to do for my job. I decided to come back for exams, though." Yamishi's friend looked surprised and turned his head to see Yamishi's face. He looked him up and down and thought to himself, who could possibly appeal to Yamishi? He said he didn't want a job so that he could work on his studies. Maybe I should ask him. Before Jean got the chance, Yamishi began to walk forward as he took his hand from around Jin's shoulders. "I don't need to study as much anymore as I found a really well-paying job. I don't plan to stay in it forever. However, I've already got my future planned out. Come on, follow me." The two walked into the school building, coming to a split hallway. They took the left hallway and went up to the roof. Once there, the cold morning wind blew on their faces, giving them a refreshing feeling. On top of the roof was a small garden. Yamishi sat down on a bench and pointed to a seat across from him. "Why did you bring me up here, Yamishi?" said Jean. "I want to start a business. You're my closest friend, Jean, and I want your help in creating my first business," Yamishi said as he looked out into the distance. "Oh, why me?" Jean questioned in genuine surprise at both the fact that Yamishi planned on creating a business and even more so that Yamishi wanted him to help out. "Although you're not the smartest kid in the school, you're definitely not dumb. I know you, and I can tell that you have the right skills for this," said Yamishi with complete honesty. This was the truth. Yamishi really did believe that Jean had one of the best skill sets when it came to this sort of thing. Not only was he good with maths, but he also understood marketing and the nature of humans. With these two skills, a person could easily make it in the world of business. "I'll text you tonight about the details. Until then, just think about it," Yamishi said with a smile. Yamishi had recently decided that he wished to create his own business. It wasn't particularly for the money he would get, and instead, it was for the fame he might gain. He had already decided that the company would be one which would create weapons and armor. Later, he would expand his business to other product as well. This would give a massive benefit to the Kira cult if they could get their hands on top-of-the-line gear. All he needed to do would be to begin designing something. Today, there would be 4 tests. The first being a mathematics test, second would be a physics test, third an engineering test, and finally, the 4th test would be a chemistry test. The rest of Yamishi's subjects would have their tests later in the term. As the bell rang, all the students began heading off to class. Yamishi went straight to his classroom to begin the test. 50 minutes later, the class had ended, and along with it, the test. "Wow, that was so difficult," said one student. "Yeah, I couldn't even get to the end questions in time," said another. Yamishi went to the teacher and handed it to him. This test was extremely easy for him and required no prior study. It was simple algebra and some quadratics. Yamishi went back to his seat and waited for the next lesson to start. Just like the math test, the other tests were completed fully without much effort. In fact, Yamishi had spent most of the test thinking about his new company. The day went by slowly, and soon all Yamishi wanted was to go home. Once home, he could discuss in further detail his ideas to Jean. Although Yamishi only considered him as a resource, this resource was a unique one which he wouldn't come by often. Got it. Talk to you later. Yamishi hung up the phone, which he had just used to call his friend. He had decided that it would be better to talk over the phone instead of texting. In front of Yamishi were some sketches and designs for weapons. Jean had also convinced Yamishi to consider designing clothing. Yamishi had thought about this before, but now that he had another person's opinion, he would expand his ideas to include it. The weapons and armor which Yamishi had designed all incorporated the use of a connection to the brain. This would give extreme reflexes as well as enhanced movement and strength. The clothing which Yamishi had designed was also good. The designs had a dark street aesthetic. This aesthetic would mainly appeal to teens and young adults, as it basically had popular written all over it. His favorite design was a jacket. The jacket was black and gray in color and had a white line about 5 centimeters in width down both arms. On the white line was the brand name, LT Street, written in English. The material was thin nanofiber/nylon, which made it decently resistant to any damage. The material wasn't exactly warm, so the jacket was equipped with self-warming equipment. This could be charged in only 20 minutes and would last the entire day. Aside from this, it also had the brand name on the chest. To finish it off, the jacket had a hoodie. Overall, the jacket would cost a lot to make, roughly $400, and therefore also gave Yamishi another reason to put the price high. He guessed he would put the buying price at $1,000. He knew that nobody would buy this if they weren't rich. The only thing he could do would be to rely on his connections with powerful families. He'd do this by sending the teenage children of these powerful families a jacket to wear. As most of these kids were influencers throughout Japan, the brand name would quickly spread, bringing in sales. The only problem being he'd expose himself in the process. However, to avoid this, he wouldn't associate himself with them, and instead, Misa would tell them that this company would support the Kira cult, as well as Kira himself in secret. If anything got traced back to Yamishi, he would simply use the excuse that he had no association with the cult and didn't know such deals were taking place. After all, nobody could possibly expect him to micromanage an entire company. With this, the future plans were set, and Yamishi could begin setting up his business. But for now, all he wished to do was to go to sleep. Yamishi woke up surprised to find that he had 26 missed calls and 40 new messages. He was even more surprised to find they had all come from one person. That person was none other than Misa. Ryuk hovered over Yamishi's back and read the messages he had got. Light used to hate this. Why does she call so much? Is it because I didn't talk to her yesterday? Said Yamishi with a hint of worry. What had he gotten himself into? New message from Misa. Hey Yamishi, I didn't see you at school today. I just wanted to say I hope you did well on the tests. New message from Misa. Also, I just wanted to ask if you wanted to go out again, maybe tomorrow. Author's note. Anyone else feel like instead of these kawaii faces, Misa's face may look a little, scary? New message from Misa. Hey Yami, can you please reply? New message from Misa. Hey, I know you're still awake, so reply. New message from Misa. Please don't do this to me. Yamishi scrolled through the messages as they got more and more aggressive, leading to some which would say she hated him. Of course, in the next, she would say she was sorry and that she loved him. Yamishi didn't bother replying, as he needed to get ready for school. As Yamishi walked out from his house, the same car was there to pick him up again. Along the way to school, he pulled out his phone, began messaging Misa. Message to Misa. Hey Misa, please meet me on the roof before class. It wasn't long before he got a reply. Message from Misa. Okay, I'll be there. What's this about? Message to Misa. Just wait till we talk in person. It's easier that way, trust me. By the time Yamishi had sent off the last message, the car had pulled up to the street which his school was on. Yamishi leaned forward so that his head was in the front of the car and said, Tell her that I'll be working on the case at home this afternoon, but I'll come in on Wednesday afternoon. The driver simply nodded, and so Yamishi dived back in his seat. The car eventually arrived at the school's front gate, and Yamishi got out. He walked into the main school building following the same path as the day before to get to the roof. Once Yamishi arrived, Misa could be seen leaning on the roof's fence, admiring the view. Her hair blew in the cold Japanese wind, Arakawa River in the background. Although the school was situated in a smog-filled city, there was still a somewhat beautiful aesthetic to it. Yamishi walked up to Misa and tapped her on the shoulder. She gave a little yelp as she quickly spun around, tripping over herself and pulling Yamishi down to the ground with her. On the roof of a school building, two students could be seen, one on top of the other. The two just lay there on the ground staring at each other. Misa began to blush and quickly looked away from Yamishi, trying to avoid his strong gaze. When Yamishi noticed this, he quickly came back from his daze and tried to get up. He didn't necessarily feel embarrassed, but instead as though the cold winter morning had turned to a warm summer day. Nevertheless, he quickly stood up and reached down to help Misa up. As he put out his hand, he laughed and said, "Geez, what was that for? Trying to get me to fall for you. You must be pretty desperate to use such tactics." Misa didn't reply. She simply held Yamishi's hand as he pulled her to her feet. This was surprisingly embarrassing for her, as although she had imagined such scenarios before, she hadn't been intimate with anyone since Light. That was over 70 years ago. Yamishi patted her back down, removing the dust which had stuck to her back. "So, I need some help with something." Misa, who was still quiet, looked up to Yamishi and replied, "What is it? I'll do anything you ask of me." Yamishi's face showed a hint of satisfaction with what she had just said. The two would soon need to head off to morning class, so Yamishi decided to tell her about his plans. "Misa, I have decided to create a company. This company will design, fabricate, and sell weapons and armor to major and smaller nations, for peacekeeping and defense. We will also sell these products to the Japanese police." Misa simply nodded her head in understanding. Everything Yamishi had said thus far made complete sense to her. So Yamishi continued, "To raise the company name and bring in extra income, I have decided to create a clothing brand on the side. This clothing brand will sell high-end, well-fabricated and expensive clothing to those with the money. The brand name is called Street and is a streetwear/fashion brand. Of course, this is all just to cover up what the main purpose of the company is for. Its purpose is to supply the Kira cult with high-tier weaponry and armor. The weaponry which would be sold to Kira cult, however, will be unbranded. The income from the cover-up will be sufficient to cover any costs when manufacturing weaponry for the cult." Misa looked at Yamishi with a face full of thought and said, "What do you need me for, though?" Yamishi walked up to the fence and leaned on it as he explained the rest of his plan. "I need you to give the Satoshi and Fuji family's children my first clothing piece. They are rather famous, you see, and giving them these jackets will make the brand instantly become popular." Misa understood and shook her head to communicate this. Yamishi continued talking. "I'll give you the clothing pieces this next Monday. They still need to be made and then delivered. Until then, just continue controlling the Tokyo cult as you have been. Okay, don't worry about that. I'll do my absolute best so that you can move forward with ease. I only have one question. How are you going to run an entire company without any help?" Misa said with wonder. Yamishi turned around from the fence and began walking to the stair access. "Well, for now, I have Jean to help me. The clothing brand will be the starting brand and will supply me with enough money to begin manufacturing weapons. There isn't a problem concerning understaffing, as the clothes can be manufactured by a separate company not owned by me. For now, I'm simply designing and selling clothes." Ding dong, ding dong. The school bell went off, and everyone began heading off to class. Right as Yamishi was about to exit the roof, Misa quickly ran up to Yamishi's side and gave him a quick kiss on the cheek. She then whispered in his ear before running off, "Thanks for trusting me so much." Yamishi sighed and continued to exit the roof, so this is what Light had to deal with. Later that night, Yamishi submitted his design to the manufacturing company and paid a huge sum of money to receive 500 jackets. He wasn't rich, and this cost him well over $10,000 to buy. He knew that it would pay off in the end, which is why he spent so much. He also decided to make a website for his company. Yamishi also decided to register his company, costing him another $1,000 in fees. He now had officially created his own company and was ready to begin making a profit. In the end, it was all done so that he could become the god of a new world and surpass his ancestor, Light Yagami. It had been roughly 5 days since Yamishi had ordered the jackets to be fabricated and delivered, when finally the packages had arrived at Yamishi's house. The delivery driver for the manufacturing company knocked on the door. In just moments, a young man opened the door. This young man was shirtless and showed a six-pack of abs with strong, yet lean muscles. This young man was Yamishi. The delivery driver looked Yamishi up and down. He must be cold. It's nighttime after all. "Ah, is this Yagami?" said the delivery driver while looking at the man's body in jealousy. "Yeah," Yamishi simply replied without much effort. The delivery driver handed him a tablet and stylus. "Just sign here and here." Yamishi followed the man's instructions and signed after quickly reading through it. "Done." The driver checked the signature, went to the back of his truck, and pulled out 3 large boxes. "Need any help, sir?" he said, expecting Yamishi to reply with a yes. "No, it's fine. I can handle it." "Thanks anyway," Yamishi replied, much to the surprise of the driver. Yamishi then proceeded to pick up a box with ease, giving the driver even more reason to envy such a person. Yamishi had quickly taken all 3 boxes to his room, ready to open them. He pulled out a knife, which he had taken from the kitchen, and opened one of the 3 boxes. Inside was what he expected. There were his black jackets covered in plastic wrap. He pulled one of the jackets out and cut it out from its wrapping, then putting it on. It was a size medium for men. It was a little small and tight, but overall the jacket felt comfortable. He then took out a large jacket and tried it on. This one was a perfect fit, so he decided he would wear it from now on, or at least until he got a custom one. With this, he could finally change the big red writing on his website from sold out to in stock. He smiled at this. "What do you think, Ryuk?" Yamishi said as he sat down on his bed. "Their clothes," Ryuk said with visible confusion. Yamishi shook his head, seemingly disappointed in the answer which he received. "You really have no sense of fashion. I don't blame you, though. In the end, you're a Shinigami," Yamishi said while walking to the light switch and flicking it off. Ryuk stared at Yamishi with glowing eyes. He wasn't angry, but still agitated. "What's that supposed to mean?" Yamishi, now back in bed, closed his eyes as he spoke one last time. "Don't worry, Ryuk. Tomorrow I'll show you something interesting." It was finally Monday, which meant Yamishi could deliver the jackets to Misa. Yamishi woke up with a smile, but not for the reason most would think. It wasn't because he could begin eating money, but instead because he had planned something for later in the day. Something he deemed to be more fun than becoming rich. Yamishi spent the entire day thinking about what he was going to do as soon as school had finished, and not even once left his thoughts. Recently, someone had done something to his little sister. Yamishi could see through his little sister's smile. Deep down, he could see she was terrified of something. When he asked about it, she simply stated she was fine. After a little investigation, Yamishi had discovered that his little sis had a boyfriend. This guy had a criminal record. He had gone to juvie for a month after hitting his own mother. With this information alone, he could tell exactly why his precious little sister had been so timid lately. Her boyfriend had hit her most likely, and that made him incredibly angry. He wouldn't let anyone do this to his sister anymore. He decided he would have some fun while ensuring this. It was now the end of the day, and Yamishi was out of school. He had planned out the entire evening perfectly, every step planned to perfection. He walked to where his sister's boyfriend lived, making sure to take every street which didn't have cameras. Luckily, not many in the area did. Once he arrived at the house of the man, he walked up to the front door of the apartment. This was the perfect spot to confront him. There were no cameras or people, and as well as that, the entire area was largely abandoned. Places like this weren't uncommon. Due to cult or gang-related activity, areas would slowly become more and more desolate. Knock, knock. Heh. Hee hee ha. All that could be heard on the streets was an extremely disturbing laugh, one which would put any horror movie to shame. When Yamishi didn't get a reply from his knocking, he decided to go further. He knocked with great force, making the sound echo through the house. Upstairs was a young man. He was quite handsome, having dyed blonde hair and a good physique. He wore a dirty gray singlet and long black pants. In every sense, this guy was a troublemaker. When he heard the knocking the first time, he decided to ignore it. However, when he heard the second knock, which seemed to echo throughout his entire house, he decided to investigate. He walked down the stairs to his door and peeked out the window beside it. Outside was what looked to be a school kid, and a rich one at that. Huh. Come to flaunt your wealth, have you? I hate your type the most. I'll certainly beat the absolute fucking shit out of you, you fucking bastard. The man screamed at Yamishi as he ripped open the door. Crack! Without a second, Yamishi leapt forward, grasping the man's face in his hand and slamming it hard into the tiled floor. This caused cracks to splinter out from the point of impact. Blood dripped from the man's head as he tried to recollect his thoughts. Huh, what the fuck just happened? Did I just get beaten instantly? Thought the man, visibly terrified for what had just happened. Yamishi stood up and closed the door with a loud slam. Is it just you here? The man opened his eyes, still in pain, and said, No, I'm the only one here. Please, I'm sorry for whatever I did. Just don't hurt me. From this, Yamishi could decipher that the man had done more than just harm his precious little sister since getting out from juvie. Crunch! Yamishi had just stomped on the man's leg, completely shattering his leg bones. The man let out an agonizing scream, filled with extreme pain and suffering. As an extra precaution, Yamishi stomped on his leg once more, causing the lower leg to visibly disconnect from the upper leg. The only thing left holding it together was his flesh. Once again, the man let out another scream, this time shedding tears with it. Yamishi walked further into the house, gathering tools along the way. The house was an absolute mess. Rubbish and bottles covered the floor, and weapons sat upon each table. Apart from this, there were also needles and drugs scattered around the apartment. He had found a pair of pliers, a hammer, baseball bat, a knife, nails, needles, and a glass bottle. The injured man had made his way closer to the door, reaching for the handle to try escaping from this psychopath. But sadly for him, there was no escape, only an extremely painful death. Yamishi, once finished gathering tools for his playtime, walked back to the front door and placed his tools on a table. Seeing that the man was trying to escape, Yamishi quickly grabbed his uninjured leg and pulled him over to the table. Haha, why are you trying to run from me? You didn't give my sister a chance to run, did you? Yamishi said playfully. The look in that man's eyes filled Yamishi with joy. Yamishi loved to have a feeling of dominance over his opponent. He liked to feel stronger than them. So what won first? Yamishi said, pointing to the table full of torture devices. No answer could be heard, only whimpers of the man. If you don't pick, I'll make it 10 times more painful. So, which won first? Yamishi said once again, this time more playful than the last. The man was in a panicked state, causing him to choose, not realizing that no matter what, Yamishi would make it as painful as possible anyway. The hammer, the man said with haste, want to get it over and done with. I guess that's okay. Well, anyway, try to let out as much screaming as possible. Yamishi laughed while grabbing the hammer. Yamishi kneeled down on the ground near the man's feet. He removed the man's shoes and held his foot in place. In the next second, the man let out a scream of pain, then proceeding to cry before letting out another scream of pain. Yamishi had smashed the man's toes with the hammer, one by one, giggling as he did so. I'm not a psycho. There's nothing wrong with me. I'm not a psycho. There's nothing wrong with me. I'm not a psycho. There's nothing wrong with me. Yamishi's head was screaming at him with every swing of the hammer. Almost in harmony with the screams of pain the man was letting out. It's a bit of a wasted to use this hammer just for this. Maybe I could. Yamishi put the man on his back and slammed the hammer into his crotch. Arrg, the man cried. Blood now filled his pants, causing him to cry even more. Now it's my turn to pick. I think I like to use these pliers. Hee ha ha. Yamishi screamed as he quickly stood up and switched the hammer for his second tool of torture. He once again knelt down, this time next to the man's upper body. Yamishi held the man's hand, stroking it gently. Shh. It's okay. I hope you've learned your lesson now. The man, tears leaking out from his blood-red eyes, quickly nodded his head. Why, yes, sir. I promise. I'll learnt my lesson, he said, barely able to speak. Right as the man had finally thought he was safe from this psycho, he took back everything he thought. Ha, you way too funny. Yamishi trapped his hand tightly and held his fingernails with the pliers. Ryuk had watched this entire event play out interested at every turn. "This kid is truly something else. I like it. The man screamed, pain and despair clear in his eyes. This man had now lost all hope, just as quickly as he had gained it. One by one, Yamishi pulled off the fingernails of the man. The flesh tried to hold onto the nails, but Yamishi wouldn't allow that. He was the one in control, not anyone else. Once all the nails had been ripped off from one hand, he went to grab the other when the tortured man pulled his hand away. "So you still have some fight left in you. That's fine. I'll fix this error quickly," said Yamishi with a hint of anger. The man's face had a look of horror as he cried. Yamishi's anger was quickly turned to happiness once he began pulling off the fingernails of each finger, twice as slow as the last. This allowed him to inflict double the amount of pain at the last. "Are we having fun?" "No, just me." "Ha ha ha. Okay," Yamishi said, sounding more psychotic than ever. The process of pulling fingernails off took a little over 5 agonizing minutes, which felt like an eternity for both Yamishi and the woman beater. Finally, when there were no fingernails left, he took the hammer and some nails and hammered the nails through the fingertips. This wasn't enough, though, as he hammered the fingers of the man where his nails once were. Yamishi stood up and stretched, wiping the sweat off his head. This was fun, but there was one more thing he wanted to do. He picked up the needle and glass bottles, then proceeded to smash them with his foot. The man could only imagine what would come next, as so far, every torture method had been worse than the last. Yamishi picked up the glass shards and ripped open the mouth of the man. He shoveled an entire handful of glass into the man's mouth and held it shut. Only muffled screams could be heard while Yamishi massaged the throat, causing the man to swallow the glass. There were no more screams, only gargles. Yamishi had been screaming at the top of his lungs, in tone with the man's screams the entire time. In the distance, the sound of sirens could be heard. The sirens of a fire truck, to be exact. After Yamishi had killed his little sister's boyfriend, he had lit the apartment building on fire, leaving no evidence to be discovered. Yamishi was now long gone, sitting in a cafe reading a book. "That was rather relaxing, wasn't it, Ryuk?" said Yamishi, his composure back to his normal. "It's rather scary how you can change so quickly, Yamishi," said Ryuk with weary eyes. Not even Yamishi himself could tell that this experience had caused something to come out from hiding, something that he had hid deep within himself long ago. That wasn't me." Ring. The bell on the door rang as someone entered the cafe. The person who entered, Misa, wearing her school dress. As she walked in, she noticed Yamishi sitting down in a booth in the corner of the room. Yamishi quickly gestured her to sit down at his booth. Once they both sat down across from each other, Misa grabbed Yamishi's hand. She had noticed it had been shaking the whole time. Miss looked him in the eyes and said, "Are you okay? You seem shaky." Yamishi's hands were immediately pulled away from her and under the table. Yamishi glared at Misa. He thought he was back to normal, but apparently not. "I'm fine. It's just a little cold," he lied to her. Yamishi's mind wasn't in the right place currently, so she saw straight through his lie. That being said, she was extremely smart ever since her own death. Perhaps it was something the Shinigami King gave her to help entertain him more. Misa decided not to push any further, as she didn't want to upset Yamishi. Yamishi came back to his senses and pulled out his backpack. He put it on the table, unzipped it, and pulled out a jacket. "Misa, I need you to give these out to the people I have told you about earlier. Make sure to get these to them as soon as possible," Yamishi said as he handed them over to Misa. As Misa touched them for the first time, she immediately felt the high quality of effort put into each and every jacket. Not only were they made with quality materials, but they were also designed so well that they could be worn in summer and winter, as it had AA heating and cooling system. A/N. Keep in mind that this would be high-tech and not some shit heating and cooling system brought off eBay in 2020. Wow, Yamishi, this really is high quality. I can guarantee these will sell like crazy, Misa said with excitement. Yamishi replied with a smile, but not a single word. He wanted to go back home, as he didn't feel well at the moment. He couldn't understand exactly why he felt like shit, but he believed it might have something to do with what had happened earlier. Yamishi was currently hearing a voice in the back of his head, telling him that they had enjoyed their fun and couldn't wait to have some more. This voice had a calm sound, but occasionally sounded high-pitched and deranged. Misa could see that Yamishi was struggling with something as his head twitched and his eyes blinked more than often, but still decided to leave him be. I want you to know that I'll always be here for you no matter what, Yamishi. Yamishi stood up and walked out of the cafe without speaking a single word. When he left the building, it had begun to rain. With the sound of the city, the rain, and the voice in his head, he began screaming as he ran off into an alleyway. Before long, he dropped to the ground as he held his head in pain. "It was fun, wasn't it, Yamishi? Let's do it again, ha ha," said the voice in his head. The voice was amplified in his head as he continued to scream in pain. The pain he felt wasn't leaving, and neither was the voice. "Ha ha ha. Yeah, let's have some more fun. Pleasey. I need to have some more fun," said the voice. "That wasn't me? What does he mean by that, I wonder? He is so mysterious, so deranged, so insane. I absolutely love it," said the Shinigami king. Ryuk wasn't the only one who had watched the day's events play out. The rain continued to pour, while Yamishi just lay on the floor crying. He was not sad, but instead in pain. The voice in his head was relentlessly screaming at him. It had no remorse, it had no pity on him. But he wouldn't give in to the voice so easily. "Stop, please, tell me who the fuck you are," he said with desperation evident in his voice. "I'm Yuhi, ha. Who else could I be?" said the voice with growing madness. The sounds around Yamishi continued to echo louder and louder. Each raindrop sounded like a drum next to his ear, slowly drowning him in an ocean of chaos. "Who are you? Just leave me alone. We aren't the same." Yamishi screamed as loud as he could. "But we are," the voice said calmly, without Yamishi immediately noticing it. The sounds around him had become completely silent. The rain no longer fell on him. When he finally noticed it, he sat up and looked around to see what had happened. To his surprise, someone was standing above him holding a black umbrella. It was Misa. She had saved Yamishi from the voice, but not in time to save him from the effects which came with it. Something grabbed onto Misa's leg, and she quickly realized that her Yamishi was holding onto her leg. She knew something was wrong after Yamishi ran out, so she had called a cab and gone to find him. It didn't take her long to help Yamishi back to the cab, where they both sat next to each other. Yamishi's head sat on her chest as he drifted in and out of conscience. Soon they arrived at her home, where Misa helped Yamishi to her room. Once there, she put him on her bed. As she looked at him, she noticed that Yamishi was completely unconscious, looking more relaxed than she had ever seen. So she decided to let him be in peace, to let him recover from whatever had just happened. Ryuk looked at Misa with confusion. He too didn't understand why Yamishi had acted so weirdly. It wasn't normal for him to lose his normal cold and calm demeanor. He thought it might have had something to do with the Shinigami King's deal, however wasn't sure. Without a second rest, Misa shot a glare at Ryuk. "What happened to him? Why did he act like that?" she questioned him. "Most likely it had something to do with the deal you made with the king. A tortured soul can't be anything other than a tortured soul. Once Yamishi was born, it was destined that Light would make a return some way or another. It seems that Light has decided he wants to control Yamishi by breaking him down." Ryuk said, as though he had also been looking for that answer too. Ryuk was a little surprised with what Yamishi had shown him today. Not only was the act of torture that he committed interesting, but also the fact that he risked himself for his own sister. Ryuk thought Yamishi to be one of the smartest and most powerful humans he had ever met, but now he realized it. Even the most powerful beings have a weakness. Yamishi's was his love for his sister. Ryuk's was his constant and relentless boredom which he experienced. Without any further discussion, Misa laid down on her bed, right next to Yamishi, pulling the covers up and cuddling Yamishi's warm back. "I love you, my Yamishi," she said as tightened her hold on him. She decided that she wouldn't just pass up a chance to sleep beside her love. She cuddled Yamishi until she fell asleep, and even after continued to do so. Yamishi woke to find someone hugging him. As he turned over, he was met with the cute face of Misa. "What happened yesterday?" "All right," the voice, Yamishi thought to himself as he rubbed his eyes. The voice had stopped the moment Misa had found him. He couldn't help but feel like he was saved by her. If not for Misa, he might have been killed by the voice. Luckily, he had such a loyal and useful servant. Yamishi looked at Misa's face. She seems incredibly cute when she's asleep. Wait, why am I thinking such useless thoughts? Yamishi cleared his thoughts as he tried to sit up in the bed. To his surprise, Misa was holding onto his arm and wasn't letting go. Whatever, I guess I'll just stay in bed for a while, Yamishi thought to himself as he closed his eyes and without thinking began to return Misa's cuddle. Even after the individual's name, the time of death and death condition on the death note were filled out, the time and condition of death can be altered as many times as you want, as long as it is changed within 6 minutes and 40 seconds from the time it was filled in. But, of course, this is only possible before the victim dies. It was 6 a.m. in the morning. Yamishi sat at a table in a room with her standing over his shoulder. Just across from the two was a man with a bag over his head and hands cuffed to the table. The room was an interrogation room, meaning it was a completely white room with no distractions other than the table and the people within. He still hasn't spoken since late last night? Asked Dar. Nope. My suspicion is that his family might have something to do with it, though, Yamishi replied with a smile. All of a sudden, the man started mumbling and shaking his chains. The two investigators had found this Kira cult leader's weakness. They didn't want to resort to such methods, but the task force hadn't made any true progress since finding out the cult had connections to Kira himself. To be completely honest, when this piece of information was confirmed by an anonymous source, Yamishi was pissed off. He knew they suspected this, but nothing had been confirmed at the time. To not cause any more suspicion between Yamishi and R, he had decided to put all efforts on finding this anonymous source. Seeing Yamishi so enthusiastic about the source, R had no choice other than to put all their investigators to work on uncovering this. It didn't take long for them to find the source, and when they did, they decided to try and uncover further information. The investigation wasn't going well for them, so the task force decided to try other means of getting their information. Times were rough as of late, and there was no time to think about their own morals. Now was the time for action, not a consideration. As soon as Yamishi mentioned the man's family, the man immediately started moving. The man was panicked. It was his family at risk after all. Oh, it seems you want to talk now, huh? Good to see. Or can we remove the bag as well as the gag so he can speak? Said Yamishi with a dominating tone evident in his voice. Or walked up to the man and took the bag off his head, then removed the gag from his mouth. I'll do anything, I swear. Just please leave my family out of this. The man screamed with desperation and terror. This time R spoke. Tell us what we want to know. What more do you know about the Kira cult? The man held nothing a secret. This wasn't to Yamishi's surprise, as not all his followers would be loyal to the bone. In the end, it had been found that recently the Kira cult had been receiving a large number of packages from an unknown company. He didn't know what these packages contained, but by the sounds of it, the contents within were dangerous. Understanding this, R left the room along with Yamishi. So, what are your thoughts, Yamishi? Questioned R, wanting to know if they had come to the same conclusion. I think the shipments must have something to do with weaponry. Although the Kira cult has been extremely active as of recent times, they still haven't made any major movements. This is most likely because they didn't have the right equipment, answered Yamishi as he rubbed his tired eyes. Yamishi had decided to stay the night, trying to get any answers out of the man. Everything Yamishi could do to gain more trust with R was indescribably important. It was one of his main goals to erase the suspicion which R still held. He wasn't stupid, though, and knew that no matter how hard he tried, R would always be at least a little suspicious of him. R isn't some third-rate investigator. He is someone trained since childhood to solve any problem which is put in front of him. R leaned up against a wall and pointed at Yamishi. Go home. You've done well, and should sleep now. Huh. Seeing Ryuzaki failing at being cool, Yamishi let out a small giggle. Why are you laughing? Ryuzaki questioned awkwardly. It's nothing. See ya, Yamishi replied, basically dragging himself out of the building as he did so. Yamishi struggled all the way to his car where the driver was already waiting. As he got into the car, he smiled. Fuck, I hate that bastard. Such an annoying fucking arsehole. I gotta continue working on finding his name. Yamishi thought as the car drove out from the task force's main base. Although he respected R, he also hated everything about him. Yamishi, of course, had already been working on finding out R's name for the past few months, however, hadn't made much progress since her kept it such a secret. Yamishi already knew that her was trained by the same people who trained L and the others, but due to the fact that her had hardly any files, it was basically impossible to move forward. "Hey, have you seen that new brand LT Street?" A school student questioned. "The one that all those famous people are wearing?" "I think it's called LT Street," a second student said. LT Street was now becoming more and more popular by the day. Many models, actors, and influencers now wore the LT Street brand of clothing. It was so popular that the brand had knockoff clothing based on its original products. Today was the day when Yamishi would release his first proper clothing line. This set of designer would have 7 new pieces of clothing, including long pants, jackets, shirts, and backpacks. Each piece of clothing had been designed with time and effort. The company had finally aired its first ad campaign just 1 week before sales would begin. The hype was incredible due to the ads, as well as famous people talking about the brand. Because there had only been 500 jackets created so far, the demand for new clothing from LT Street was high. And when Yamishi learned about this, he made sure to make his clothing increasingly expensive, as now he had made a name for his company. Yamishi was sitting on his bed in his room with a laptop on his lap. Within Yamishi's room was 10 large boxes full of designer clothing. He was currently about to open his online store to the public. With the click of a key, the red "not in stock" sign under all the clothing pieces immediately changed to a bright green stock sign. He closed his laptop and pulled out his phone, opening it to his social media page. Yamishi had started up an account for his new brand of clothing as a part of advertising his brand. It had now gained over 100K followers. He mainly teased his fans of the new clothing coming to his store, as well as updates as to when he would be in stock. "Time to announce the release of the new line, I guess," Yamishi said as he updated his story and posted an announcement. LT Street Post dropped. The post was simple, but everyone knew what it meant. The post blew up like crazy, with people commenting about how they wish they could afford it and others boasting about how they had just purchased a certain piece. It was almost instantaneously that the online shop stock had been bought out. Considering Yamishi spent around $10,000 to $15,000 on the jacket's manufacturing, plus another $5,000 on shipping, and sold each jacket for around $1,000. He should have made an estimated profit of around $480,000. This could be considered a lot. However, when the profit was put back into fabricating Yamishi's new clothing line, only around $450,000 remained. With this $450,000, Yamishi used around $100,000 to purchase weaponry from the black market and had it delivered to the Kira cult head houses. None of this was done by Yamishi himself, so there was no need to worry about being caught. Once again, this could be considered a lot. However, the profit was also put into buying out a block of buildings in the outer city. This block would later be used for manufacturing his own clothing and weapons. For this small block alone, it cost around $1.4 million. Of course, this amount would have been considered impossible, as the profit had now sat at $350,000. Not to mention, Yamishi was too young to take out a loan at any normal bank, so he asked for special permission from the government. He also asked the government for permission to manufacture weaponry. Luckily, when Yamishi asked for this, they allowed it. The main reason being that Yamishi promised to give the Kira task force a sum of the profit from his business, as well as discounted prices of weaponry for Japanese military and police force. Yamishi hated these conditions, but nevertheless accepted them. There was no reasoning with the government when it came to these matters. In the end, Yamishi would give the task force a sum of 10% of the profit, as well as a 38% off all weaponry manufactured and sold by the company. The only positive to this was that he could now continue his plans. And well, no taxes. Actually, Yamishi had come out as the winner. Yamishi's department almost instantly dwarfed in size as the extreme profit from the new clothing line showed itself. He had now sold over 1,000 pieces of clothing. Although he had only spent $37,000 on the fabrication and shipping, he had amazingly gained a little over $1.1 million. He now had to pay the task force 10% of the earnings, which meant he owed them about $110,000. Yamishi smiled as he looked at the numbers on his phone screen as he worked out his profit to be $963,000. With this money, he would use $50,000 for fabrication costs, $200,000 in building costs for creating a fabrication workshop, another $100,000 for yearly labor costs, and finally another $100,000 for himself. The rest of the $513,000 plus $350,000 from the jackets would go towards the debt he owed for purchasing the block. This left his loan at a still large, but definitely smaller amount of $537,000. Yamishi smiled at this and placed his phone on his bedside table as he closed his eyes and got under the covers. Tonight, Yamishi would sleep well. Yamishi woke up with a smile on his face. Today he would go into the task force headquarters and give them the 10% profit from his clothing line, after which he would go to school, followed by a date with Misa. In other words, the day would be relaxing. He started out by getting ready to head out. He showered, brushed his teeth, then got dressed. Today he would wear his full body armor underneath his school uniform. Of course, the armor wasn't visible to anyone. The school uniform consisted of long gray pants, a white shirt, and a gray blazer. To finish off the look, he wore a red tie. Before leaving the house, he used his spare time before school and quickly made an appointment with a construction company which would be in charge of building his fabrication workshops. With the time left over, he made a post on his brand page advertising his new clothing line. The main selling point is that it would be more affordable and available to the public. After getting ready and completing the 2 tasks, he walked out from the front door, making sure to lock it afterwards. Once outside, he was met with his driver and car. I really need a car of my own, Yamishi thought as he got into the back seat. If he had his own car, things would be much easier for him. He wouldn't need to rely on the task force for transportation, and he wouldn't be monitored so closely. With these thoughts, Yamishi decided he would begin his weapon fabrication immediately, as well as introduce a new clothing line. The new clothing line would be cheaper to fabricate and would be sold to a lot more people. This would be possible once his fabrication workshops were completed. Once arrived at the task force base, Yamishi transferred the money straight into an account which the task force used. He got back into the car and headed for his school. Along the trip, Yamishi once again opened his social media page for his clothing brand to find that his latest post was blowing up. He opened up the comments on his post and read through them. All were positive except for a select few, which were from haters. No matter what, haters would exist for every brand, company, influencer, and even charity. Most were basement-dwelling losers who hadn't seen the light of day in months, slowly wasting away in the darkness. Oh well, I don't really care what these haters have to say. Either way, I'm making money while they're giving it to me, Yamishi thought to himself. The car pulled up to the school Yamishi went to. As usual, everyone looked at the car with envy. Well, everyone apart from the so-called rich kids. Ignoring the attention he had gained, Yamishi got out of the car and headed for his locker where his friends would most likely be hanging out. Yamishi walked through the school halls until he made it to his locker where he could see all his friends, one of which saw him and waved. "Yo, Yamishi, you're finally here," Jean said as he gestured for Yamishi to come over. Seeing this, Yamishi smiled and walked over to them. He followed this action by putting his bag in his locker and then pulling something from it. Everyone watched him with curious eyes, which then changed to jealous ones. Everyone stared at what Yamishi had pulled from out his bag with envy. Yamishi had just pulled out one of the LT Street jackets from the latest clothing line. He then proceeded to give it to Jean. "Oh, what's this for?" Jean questioned with confusion. "It's your birthday. It's a present," Yamishi replied, trying not to show his ownership of LT Street. Noticing Yamishi's goal, Jean decided to go along with it. "Oh, thanks, Yamishi. I'll make sure to wear it all the time. This alone is enough to finish any look I might want." Yamishi gave Jean a look, thanking him. Yamishi's goal was to raise the popularity of LT Street in his school. Most of the students here would be able to afford these clothes if they saved up after all. Anything he could do to increase the popularity of his clothing brand would help in the long run. "Kill them, kill them, kill them," the voice yelled in his head. Yamishi didn't show any signs of irritation. He gently tapped the side of his head, then shook it, giving his mind a sense of reinforcement. Yamishi's day at school was just the same as any other day. The only good thing was that they had less work due to the fact that there was an upcoming holiday. As the school bell went off, Yamishi gathered all his belongings and met Misa at the front gate of the school. "Hey, Yamishi, are you ready?" Misa asked as she grabbed onto Yamishi's arm. "Yeah, I'm all good. Where do you want to go?" Yamishi replied. Misa leaned on Yamishi's arm and spoke slowly with pauses in between each word. "Let's find out." Yamishi smiled, and they began walking towards the train station as Misa didn't like traveling with the task force's driver. Recently, Yamishi had been enjoying Misa's company a lot more than usual. Actually, for the first time, he felt like he had someone he could trust apart from his own family. They waited only 2 minutes before a train arrived at their platform. When did they both got on? 10 minutes later, the train arrived at a random station. "Want to get off here?" Misa asked while holding Yamishi's hand. Yamishi nodded and stood up from his seat. "Sure, I don't mind." Misa smiled in response as they walked out from the train. The two roamed the streets in search for something to do when Misa suddenly pulled Yamishi's arm, alerting him. She pointed at an arcade just across the road from them. Yamishi looked at the arcade, then Misa, and finally back at the arcade. "You want to go to an arcade? Isn't that a little?" "Never mind." "What? Are you scared I'll beat you at everything?" Misa said, pulling Yamishi by his arm towards the arcade in the process. "Yeah, sure. I'm the one who will be losing," Yamishi stated sarcastically. Misa pulled Yamishi into the arcade, obviously excited to have some fun with him. They walked up to a machine at the front of the building, and Misa pulled out her phone to pay for credit to use in the arcade. Before she could tap her phone onto the scanner, Yamishi had already placed his in front. "I won't make you pay for this," he said as he smiled at Misa. In return, Misa put her phone back in her pocket and gave Yamishi an appreciative glance and said, "Thank you." Yamishi paid for 1,000 credits, which was the equivalent of $500. Yamishi was rich, so this wasn't much to him. Even if they didn't spend it all, it wouldn't matter. "So, what first?" Yamishi asked Misa as they walked through the rows on machines. Misa looked around and quickly decided on what she wanted to do. "Let's play this one," she said, pointing at an arcade machine. When Yamishi saw the machine she was pointing at and smiled. "Okay, let's play." They walked up to the machine, and Yamishi swiped his card, then pressed 1v1 mode. The game Misa had chosen was a game called Cook-Off. The basic idea behind it was to collect as many good ingredients as they fell down the screen. Once the collecting phases was over, it was the preparation phase. This would be completed by using the ingredients in 3 mini-games. After the preparation had been finished, it was time to put the ingredients together to make the best possible meal. The entire time Yamishi had purposefully stayed just a little behind Misa in points, therefore letting her win the first game. Nevertheless, Yamishi felt like he was enjoying himself. Next, they played a shooting game where Yamishi won. In the end, both had a lot of fun, even to the point where they lost count of the score and began laughing. The date was a success. Yamishi took Misa back to her home later that night, after having something to eat. Right before he left, however, Misa gave him a kiss. This wasn't the first time she had done so, but she still felt embarrassed and closed the door on Yamishi. Yamishi had finally made it home and laid on his bed. "Ah, that was a lot more enjoyable than I had initially expected. Maybe we'll do it again sometime," Yamishi thought to himself. He took out his phone to see a message from Misa saying, "Thank you for today. I had a lot of fun." Yamishi replied with a simple "no problem. I had fun too." Yamishi was tired after his day. Although it could be considered more relaxing than usual, it was still tiring. So he turned his lights out and closed his eyes. The last thing he said before going to sleep was, "Hey Ryuk, tomorrow we'll have some fun." Kiki, finally. Yamishi woke up with a smirk on his face. This smile reached from ear to ear, creating a creepy atmosphere around him. "Ah, today I'll show you something fun, Ryuk. Hee, today, that pussy won't be in control. No longer will he resist me," Yamishi said. Yamishi got out from his bed, still holding that same insane-looking smile. He got dressed and walked out of his room. "You're up early," said a voice in the shadows. The voice belonged to his father. The man had gotten up early today, so he could make it to work in time. As Yamishi only worked part-time at the task force, he didn't need to wake up this early. I just wanted to go out for a run this morning is all. Hee, said Yamishi with a slight chuckle. Yamishi's father looked at him with a concerned look in his eyes. Are you all right, son? Do feel all right? Yamishi simply responded with a quiet yes as he walked past and out the door. Yamishi walked with a smile on his face until he reached the train station where he boarded the first train he saw. After about 10 minutes, a young woman got onto the same carriage as Yamishi. This young lady was very pretty, which caught Yamishi's eye. Also, the carriage currently only held around 20 people, so she stood out. When she noticed Yamishi staring at her with a disturbing smile, she quickly decided she would get off at the next stop. Only a few moments later, the train stopped, and they both got off. Seeing this, the woman began to walk faster until she noticed Yamishi was no longer following her. With this, she smiled and let out a relieved breath. If only she had have continued to run until she found a police officer or a group of people. The only reason Yamishi wasn't still following her was that he had walked off another direction to make sure that nothing would lead back to himself. He soon took some different paths until she was once more in his view. Now, it was just a waiting game until she was naive enough to walk away from the safety which the security cameras provided. It wasn't too long before she had done what would lead to her demise. She had taken a back alley. In this alley, Yamishi waited, ready for what would come next. She walked fast, determined on getting through the dark alleyway. It was natural to be afraid when walking through such areas. However, most of the time, such fears were just that, fears. As she continued to walk frantically through the dark alleyway, she walked past a boy dressed in all-black streetwear. This was the same boy she had initially been running from. Before she could scream, her mouth was covered, but to Yamishi's surprise, she pulled out a knife and stabbed him. She pulled the knife back out, and blood dripped from the wound. Yamishi just looked at her, then grabbed the hand with a knife and snapped it. She tried to scream, but Yamishi's other hand was already squeezing her neck so tight that nothing came out from her mouth. This hadn't gone to plan. Yamishi had been stabbed, and he couldn't just let her go. So he continued to squeeze until his hand was so tight around her neck that her airway gave in and blood began to pour out from the hole which had been made in her neck. With a thud, her body hit the floor. "Ha, that was fun, right, Ryuk?" said Yamishi as he looks over his shoulder to see Ryuk. Ryuk just looked at him with a smirk across his face, which seemed to say he was enjoying himself. Ha 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 ha. Seeing that Ryuk was enjoying himself watching, Yamishi began laughing. Ryuk's grin grew when larger as he started to chuckle to himself, amused by Yamishi's new side. "Kiki, so it's happening again, huh?" Ryuk said as he continued to watch Yamishi's actions. Yamishi was currently still laughing, but had now fallen to the ground holding his stomach. "Aha! That was good," said Yamishi as he finished laughing. It seemed he had finally calmed down when all of a sudden, Yamishi got up and started smashing his head against a wall until blood dripped from his head. Even when blood began dripping, he continued to smack his head on the wall. It wasn't long before he fell unconscious. For long hours later, Yamishi woke up with a jump. What the fuck just happened? He thought to himself as he rubbed his head. Feeling dried blood on his head, he pulled out his phone to see his reflection. In the reflection, it could be seen that the wound wants too bad, but would still require stitching. Yamishi sat up fully and began to stand when a pain jolted through his abdomen. As he looked down, he saw blood on his clothes. Concerned, he pulled up his shirt to reveal a puncture wound on his lower stomach. Crap, what the fuck happened? I don't remember anything. Wait. Immediately after saying these words, the memory of what had happened not too long ago flowed through his mind. He looked to his right, and on the ground was a woman with her neck collapsed in. Knowing that he was in a bad situation, he began to think. If anyone saw him in this back alleyway, it could lead to his demise. Soon Yamishi came up with a plan. The city of Tokyo was far too large to focus on all the crimes which would occur. Considering this, there were even more Kira-related crimes. Although making it look like a Kira-related crime would have the risk of exposing him to the task force, Yamishi knew that as long as nothing was blatantly obvious or led to himself, the task force wouldn't look too far into it. With this, the plan had been set. Yamishi started spreading blood out on the alleyway, making the word Kira. This was a common way he would present his victims, so it wasn't out of the ordinary. Nobody will know about this, Yamishi said to himself, slightly stressed out by the situation. Now all he had to do was to make it home unseen. In a small country town in Australia, a family sat around the television. Channel 7 News. This is your news channel reporting live on the Kira problem. In recent times, Kira has, like the last time, been confirmed to be located in Japan. The Japanese government has partnered up with the US, UK, and Australia, and have reported that they're doing everything in their power to put an end to Kira's rise. Hey, Mum, are we safe from Kira? A sweet little voice asked out of curiosity. Unlike Japan, Australia, while still affected by the rising cults, have for the most part been unaffected by their climb back to power. Some cults have been reported, but they were mainly based around the large coastal cities. A second person, a mother, looked to what could be considered to be a father. With worry in her eyes, the sweet voice was finally answered, though, by the girl's mother. We will be fine. We live in a safe place, so they can't hurt you, child. Come here, it's time for bed. The little girl got up from her comfortable position in front of the TV and held her mother's hand. The mother put the girl in her bed and began singing a lullaby. Her voice could be described as a mother's voice, both calming and soothing. The evening is coming. The sun sinks to rest. The birds are all flying straight home to the nest. "Caw," says the crow as he flies overhead. "It's time, little person, was going to bed. The flowers are closing, the daisy's asleep. The primrose is buried in slumber so deep." The girl slowly closed her eyes as the last thing she heard before complete darkness was her mother's loving voice, slowly fading away. The morning sunlight crept in through the cracks in the blinds of the house, giving warmth to a cool morning. Slowly the girl's eyes opened, followed by a long yawn. As she got up, she stretched. She let out another yawn. It was the morning, so she grabbed hold of her teddy bear and stood on her tippy toes to open her door. Walking out from her room, she could smell the scent of bacon accompanied by the crackling of fat. Thump! The girl's teddy bear fell to the ground as she let out a scream, which was quickly silenced by the butt end of a rifle. On the floor lay a little girl beside her parents in a pool of blood. Standing over them, a group of heavily armored special force officers. What she had seen would scar her for life. Never did she expect that her parents had been supporters of the Kira cult. "Quickly pick her up and bring her with us," said what could be assumed to be the leader of the squad. Kooshed. The sound of a radio could be heard as one of the men squeezed the radio. Targets eliminated. In a small apartment, two people, a boy and his father, were kneeling on the floor. "Daddy, you changed, haven't you? Please don't let the bad man hurt you," said the small boy with tears streaming down his face. "Don't worry, boy. There are too many people in this world for Kira to come after someone like me," the father replied as he pulled his son into a tight hug. All over the world, reformed criminals were terrified. Terrified of what might happen if Kira ever discovered their past. Most had families and people who they loved dearly. But that wasn't something that would matter to the god of death. The father and son stay still, continually hugging until the boy fell asleep. "My dear boy, Lord, please give me another chance. See that my son needs me. I beg of you. He has a sickness which requires treatment, and without me." Tears began to hit the floor as the man carried his son to his room. "Without me, in this cruel world, what will my son do?" Bang! The sound of a body hitting the floor echoed throughout the small apartment. What followed was complete silence. "It's my last day today. Finally, I will take back my freedom as a new man," said a Norwegian prisoner. The prisoner walked through the hallways of the prison until finally reaching his closest friend's cell. Noticing that his friend stood at the door to the cell, the large and muscular prisoner sat up in his bed. "Brother, it's your last day in this shithole, ha ha ha." The soon-to-be-released prisoner walked into the cell and sat beside the man who had helped him survive the last 4 years of his life. "Soon you'll be ready to apply for parole. When you get it, make sure to come to visit me and my wife." "Of course I will. You're my closest friend after all. Sorry for getting soft, but I'm going to miss you," the muscular prisoner said. "Ahaha, shut up, Tobias. You're such a huge softy," replied the smaller prisoner. With this, he got up and left the cell which his friend resided. "I really am going to miss him. Thud. Yamashi's breaths were raspy as he gasped for air. He was still badly injured and needed help badly. He was now home in bed, scrolling through his contacts. Finally, he stopped when he saw Misa's number. BRVV, BRVV. On the other side of the ward in Misa Amain's room, a phone could be heard vibrating. Who could be calling me? Misa thought as she walked over to her phone. As she saw the caller's ID, she immediately picked up the phone. Good morning. Before she could continue with what she was saying, she was interrupted by Yamashi's raspy and dying voice. Misa, hurry. I need you to get to my place right now. What's wrong? Misa quickly asked, but to her surprise the call had already ended. Fuck, what's happened? She thought as she rushed to her bathroom. She began rummaging through her bathroom cabinet until she found what she was looking for. She pulled out a first aid kit and ran down her car, leaving the front door wide open. The drive to Yamashi's house didn't last long, but to her, it felt like a century. Every second feeling longer and longer as she neared closer to his house. When she finally got there, she opened the door with the key Yamishi had given her, almost dropping in the process. Bang! The door to Yamashi's room made a loud bang as it slammed into the wall, and Misa rushed in. When she saw it, she went pale. Her boyfriend was bloodied and laying on his bed, hardly making no movement nor sound. As she got to his side, he looked in her eyes and said, Damn, that was fast. I think I underestimated the wound a little bit. Don't talk, just stay still, she said as she placed a first aid kit on the bed and pulling out some chemicals for cleaning wounds. She quickly checked for any foreign material in the wood, and once noticing nothing within, she began to clean the wound. She then moved on to stitching up the puncture hole. Be gentle, would you? Yamishi said in pain. Sorry, Misa replied as she bit the thread and finished the stitch. Finally, she pulled out a bandage and padding. First, she poured some ointment onto the soft padding and then placed it over the stitches. She then wrapped Yamashi's body in bandages to make sure the padding stayed on. It was now late in the afternoon, and not a single word had been said since she had applied the first aid. Yamishi had fallen asleep, and Misa had simply sat by his side the entire day. Should I forgot about the front door, she thought as she face-bombed. Sitting up on the floor, she messaged a friend to stop by her place and lock up as she had decided to spend the night at Yamashi's house. She soon fell asleep beside Yamishi, but first ate some dinner and said hello to his family, who were surprised to see her. Kiki today was indeed interesting, Yamishi. Make sure to show me more in the future, Ryuk thought as he sat on the bed head above the sleeping couple. When the owner of the death note dies while the note is being lent, its ownership will be transferred to the person who is holding it at that time. 1 week later, Ryazaki's apartment, 7:25 p.m. In a dark room with only a single source of light, a laptop, was a thin figure. This figure belonged to R. No sound could be heard apart from the quick and precise tapping sound the keyboard made when R's fingers met the keys. R had been awake for 2 entire days now, solely working on a single task. This task, while considered difficult, was quite the opposite. It was to locate one of the Kira cult bases. So far, only 2 had been found, and both of which hadn't led to anything that could help the task force. R was searching for a certain group that had made themselves known as the KYC, otherwise known as the Kira Youth Cult. The KYC was a group of young people all under the age of 25 who had come together to follow the actions of their god. Usually, a group of youths wouldn't be as high on R's priorities. However, this group was suspected to have been recruited directly from an important figure according to those who had been captured and interrogated. If R could uncover the whereabouts of a KYC hideout, he could possibly unearth an entire city's Kira cult. This was no joke, which meant he couldn't just take a break, as even the slightest time given meant the chance they could move locations. R was completely and utterly occupied by his research that at first, when someone had knocked on the door to his room, he hadn't even noticed. A second barrage of knocks was released upon the door, this time making it to his ears. R looked up from his laptop and opened his mouth for the first time in a while. Who is it? A deep voice replied, It's me, Mr. Yagami. Can I come in? Come in, R replied as he sat up properly on his chair, instead of the uncomfortable position he had been sitting in on the floor for the past few hours. As the door opened, the light almost blinded Ryazaki. causing his to cover his face with his hands. Ryazaki, you really need to get out. It's not healthy to be in the dark for so long, said Mr. Yagami, noticing Ryazaki's reaction to the light. I take supplements, so I should be fine for the time being. What is it that you are here for? Ryazaki questioned hastily. With the information you gave us yesterday, we were able to capture a KYC member. He is waiting in the interrogation room at the headquarters. Mr. Yagami said as he scratched his head, seeing the irritation evident in Ryazaki's words. On the other side of Tokyo, in a KYC base, a meeting was being held. Over 100 members, all completely covered in armor, most likely stolen from dead police. At the front of the large shipping warehouse stood a man suited up in police armor, and an assault rifle hung over his shoulder. This man, or better to say, youth, also wore a Shinigami mask. Everything was quiet until he spoke. Tonight is the night of Kira. Tonight, we raid this ward's populace. This ward is known for its high crime rate, and yet the police do nothing but watch as innocents are killed. You have all been given targets. Tonight we do the work of Kira. Tonight, we show him our strength and loyalty in him. Hurrah, yeah, tonight, we kill them, all no mercy. The full force of over 100 KYC members let their spirit be known. They would now move on to take out an entire ward. To death! The leader shouted out to the group of KYC members as they rushed out from all corners of the warehouse into cars or trucks. Some members even ran. There was one thing in common for all the members present. They all held weapons which would be used to take out this ward. Soon the sound of gunfire rang out loudly, followed by screams, explosions, and police sirens. Crash bang. The sound of cars crashing in contrast with the constant gunfire, screaming, and crying gave the city ward a feeling of dread. In a matter of minutes, the entire ward was in complete chaos. The dead littered the streets, and explosions rang out in every direction. Asterisk bang. Bang. Bang 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 asterisk. A chain of explosions set off inside buildings throughout the ward. It was no longer just gunfire. Buildings were now collapsing, killing thousands of people at a time. This force of youths was something which the local ward police could not handle any longer. It was time to call him back up. With gunfire and explosions ringing in the distance, it wasn't long before the police backup stepped in. When the police support finally arrived in the ward where the chaos had originated, they were surprised to find the terrorists to be children and young adults hiding their faces with masks of monsters. This was not only a surprise, but it was also a disadvantage. A lot of officers had children, and those who didn't still couldn't easily kill youths. The result of this led to almost all officers using non-lethal force through darts and rubber bullets. However, this wasn't an easy task. Although in the end the police still took out the threat, almost all KYC members escaped. Those who didn't were young children who weren't strong enough to escape after being shot. In total, only 14 members were caught, all of which were most likely low in the ranks. Once the gunfire had finally ended, the populace of the ward in which it had taken place had been cut down by an entire 38%. This number huge considering the original population. Fuck! What the fuck just happened? Screamed one officer, trying to get a grip on the actions he had just witnessed. So much death in a single night. Sir, I'm not entirely sure. There's no way a group of kids could possibly create such death and despair. Right? Replied his junior. To be honest, the senior officer wasn't sure how to answer back. All he knew was that what had just happened was terrifying. In fact, his hands were still shaking with fear. All over the city, people were rushing home in fear the death would spread throughout the rest of the city. In a matter of hours, the entire city had become an empty and silent ghost town. Only the occasional gunshot or car horn could be heard. This was strange and almost unsettling feeling for the majority of the city residents. Sir, the building has been secured. There haven't been any sightings of the Kira cult, which are causing chaos, said a man fully dressed in a black suit and tie. The man also wore a bulletproof vest and held an assault rifle. This man was a trained and professional bodyguard for one of Tokyo's largest crime lords. The only reason this crime lord hadn't been killed by Yamishi yet was that he was paying off the government to keep himself hidden. This technique had been used for many crime lords throughout Tokyo and the rest of Japan once Kira's return had been confirmed. The crime lord was currently laying down on a couch in his mansion located near the edge of the city. As I said, they are attacking the high crime rate wards. They won't come here looking for criminals. It's best to make sure you're safe, even if it goes against your wishes, sir, the bodyguard replied, continuing to scan the room, just in case. The crime lord sighed and sat up, leant forward, and picked up his phone. He then went on a look through his contacts, only stopping once his finger hovered over the person who he would call. Close the doors. I need to make a call. Hearing his boss, the bodyguard proceeded to close the door and lock it. The phone call lasted only 5 minutes and included talk about the ward in which the attacks had taken place. The bodyguard had overheard the conversation and understood that their security service had lost men to a bunch of children and teenagers. Luckily for his company, they had managed to escape with the boss's import managers. He wasn't entirely sure of what this meant for himself, but at least he would still hold a job after this attack was over. It was a cold morning, the day after the attack. Yamishi and Misa were on their way to school. Police patrolled almost every street without rest. The city was on high alert. Hey Yamishi, did you hear about what them explosions and gunshots were last night? Asked Misa, as she nonchalantly walked beside Yamishi. It wasn't at that new KYC group under Satoshi or something? Replied Yamishi as he patted Misa's head. Misa, moving with the motion of the head pat, asked a question. Are you proud of me for giving him the idea? Yamishi kept moving toward the convenience store. Finally, once he had reached the store, HR answered Misa's question. Very. I'm very proud. The thing was that he was becoming increasingly trusting of Misa as of late. She didn't seem like the cloudy-headed girl from Ryuk's stories. Ryuk was currently watching the two from the roof of the convenience store, thinking about what Yamishi's next move would be. This was something he would do when Yamishi was taking part in normal, everyday activities. Wait here, Misa. I just want to get an apple, said Yamishi as he entered the store by himself. Hearing Yamishi, all Misa could do was reply with an understanding nod of the head. In the store, Yamishi picked up an apple and gave the cashier the money needed. He then walked out of the store and threw the apple into the air. However, the apple didn't make it to the ground the same way it was thrown up. Instead, all that was left was an apple core. The two had now been walking for a while. They mainly talked about the clothing brand and what Yamishi could do for his future clothing line. In the end, they both came to the conclusion that he would introduce a women's specific and men's specific line simultaneously. Along with this, Yamishi had now sent the details for the construction of his new fabrication workshop in the deserted part of a ward. The only employee he would need to employ would be cleaners and mechanics for repairing factory machinery. This was because he planned to have a funny self-functioning fabrication workshop. With modern-day technology, the construction would only take a month or two at most. In fact, the construction had already begun. He also decided to release his newest clothing line before the end of construction. That way he could pay off the rest of the debt. He was going to start the design and send it off to the third party tonight, after school, and other activities which you could guess. Finally, the two had reached the school gates. I'll see you later, said Misa, as she gave Yamishi a quick kiss on the cheek. Yes, sure. See ya, replied Yamishi as he walked off in the opposite direction toward his classmates. Later that day, once Yamishi had arrived home, he began his new designs. This time he had decided to make 4 types of clothing for both men and women. However, unlike the last time, the designs were colorful and some weren't. Although they were colorful, it wasn't as though it looked bad. As a matter of fact, it was actually a very visually appealing design. For example, there was a jacket design which incorporated long vertical strips of maroon, dark green, yellow, and black. These strips were assorted in different thicknesses and orders to give the jacket a very appealing look. Along with this, the brand name LT Street sat right on the chest. The jacket also had been designed with top-of-the-line materials. A second design was based on what most brands did nowadays. It was a simple white t-shirt with LT Street printed on the chest. Once all designs had been finished, it was time to send in the money and designs for the third party to fabricate the clothing. Finished. Now what to do? Yamishi sighed as he scratched his head. He obviously didn't expect the designs to be so easy and had finished earlier than he had expected. "Oh crap, I almost forgot about the death note," Yamishi said, surprised by his own forgetfulness. Yamishi proceeded to take out his death note from its hiding place in the secret compartment within the bookshelf. He then turned his computer on, making sure to connect to a virtual machine and have his own VPN running. He pulled up his list of names through his PC and began writing with a speed one would consider inhuman. One by one, criminal dropped dead from heart attacks. He also wrote names on the death note with a time and date set to kill throughout the next day. This was so that the task force couldn't track anything back to him. Keek, keek, keek. Not as fast as mine. The Shinigami laughed as he saw Yamishi's hand move within human speed. It was a Saturday morning, and Yamishi was relaxing in his room, talking with Ryuk about the Shinigami realm, when out of nowhere the doorbell rang. Ding dong. The sound of the doorbell could be heard even from within Yamishi's room. Yamishi already knew what the doorbell was ringing for. It would be his new clothing. Because he still didn't own a property for holding his stock, it was just delivered to his house. Luckily for Yamishi, his parents' house was quite large when compared to most. Coming just a sec. As Yamishi walked down the stairs to the front door, he called out to let the delivery man know he was home. Once he reached the door and opened it, he wasn't surprised to see a middle-aged man with a tablet and pen. "Sign here and here, thanks," the man said in a very monotone way. Ignoring the delivery driver's bland way of speaking to him, Yamishi took the pen and signed his name. The pair walked to the back of the truck and began unloading boxes. In total, there were about 15 large boxes. "Do you need help getting these inside?" asked the delivery driver, who was a little stunned by the sheer number of boxes. "Yes, sure. Just help me bring them to the garage," replied Yamishi calmly. The boxes were brought into the garage, which Yamishi had now opened. Once all the boxes had been brought in, the driver waved and went off on his way to continue work. "Ah, that's a lot of clothing, and thus a lot of money," Yamishi thought to himself with a smile. Indeed, this was going to pay a lot of money once it sold. The average price for each piece of clothing would cost around $8,000. In total, he had almost 700 pieces of clothing. That meant the profit after selling all his stock would be around $4.8 million. This line of clothes wasn't for your average person, and instead were designed for the extremely wealthy. It might have sounded like a bit of stretch, but Yamishi knew for sure that the clothes would sell out in a week or less. Yamishi closed his garage doors and began thinking to himself, "I'll call Gene and get him to worry about the shipping and stuff. I should also create a promotion for the new line this afternoon. Jin's family owns a studio, so that should work." To Yamishi, Gene, his friend who had received a position in helping Yamishi's company, was the perfect person to help with the promotion. As Yamishi locked the front door, he pulled out his phone and called up Gene. It was a quick talk, and Gene had confirmed that he was free for today to help. They planned to meet up at 10:30 a.m. at his family studio. Until then, Yamishi just wanted to relax for a bit. Maybe even go back to sleep, since it was only 7 a.m. and he was still a little tired. Beep beep. Yamishi's phone alarm went off. He sat up in his bed and checked the time to see it was now 10 a.m. "Ah, come on, Ryuk. Time to go to the studio," Yamishi said while yawning. Yamishi opened the foot and began walking down the stairs. "Can I have an apple, Yamishi?" asked the Shinigami, which followed Yamishi. "Of course," he replied, throwing an apple to Ryuk. Yamishi walked around the house looking for his parents to drive him somewhere. Noticing nobody could be seen in the living area, Yamishi called out to his parents, "Hey, Mom, where are you?" Yamishi was able to drive, however, he needed a licensed driver's supervision while driving for another week before he could receive his open license. It was only a few seconds before someone replied. "In the kitchen, dear," his mother replied with the heavenly voice of an angel. Yamishi walked into the kitchen to see his mother alone. "Hey, Mom, can you drive me somewhere? I need to go to a friend's studio." Yamishi's mother nodded and grabbed her car keys and wallet. "Okay, let's go," she said without question. The drive was quick, and along the way, they talked about his sister's dropping grades and how she wished for him to tutor his sister. Of course, Yamishi could only oblige and agree to do so. When they finally arrived, Yamishi's mother waved and said, "I'll be back when you're done. Just call me okay." "Okay, see ya," Yamishi said as he waved back to his loving mother. Yamishi walked into the studio with a backpack full of different clothes for the promotion. Jean saw him and came over to say hi. Before long, the two, with the assistance of an editor, created a promotion. This was indeed a very appealing promotion and would bring in sales like crazy. Some people really didn't understand how important a promotion could be. However, these people were certainly not those to believe in such things. Now that the promotion had been made, Yamishi spoke to Jean about the shipping. Jean agreed to be in charge of this job and decided he would get his parents to help pick up the stock the next day and hold it at the studio before shipping it off to customers. It was now time to head home and post it on his social media pages. After Yamishi said goodbye to his friend and called his mother, he waited in a cafe for his pickup. Soon he was picked up and brought home. By that time, it was around 12:45 p.m. in the afternoon. Yamishi opened up his phone to go to his social media. He clicked on the Post New feature and uploaded the new promotion. The promotion used music and visuals to which gave it a feeling that could only be described as unique. It made people want to buy the clothing just to flex it upon their friends. The number of likes and comments immediately exploded, only proving what Yamishi already knew. In the promotion was a link to the website Yamishi used to sell his clothes. The website had already had over 2,000 clicks. Of course, not everyone who clicked would be able to afford, but surely some could. After all, a lot of his fan base was rich and large spenders. Yamishi pulled up his website and changed a coming soon section to house his new clothing line promotion with a bunch of different icons to click on. Each icon took a person to a different clothing item. The clothing items were then set to in stock, and within 5 minutes the first 10 pieces of clothing had been brought. Yamishi smiled as he realized the clothing would sell out once again. Haha, Ryuk, do you see how amazing I am? Ryuk, who was currently eating an apple, looked up at Yamishi with a smile. Indeed, Yamishi. Indeed, you are Kiki. Soon the stock would sell out, and Yamishi could pay off all debt he owed and then mass-produce clothing for his own gain. Yamishi put his phone onto his table in his room and took out the death note from its hiding place once again. Immediately after checking his door was locked, he sat down at a desk and began writing names and their associated time of death. As Yamishi wrote down names one by one, he thought to himself, Ara's been rather quiet as of late. Maybe I should go and speak to him. But if he didn't have at least a bit of advancement in the case, what would Ryuzaki think? He was becoming bothersome to Yamishi's plans, and thus Yamishi had decided he needed to try taking out Ara when he least expected it. Ryuk, what was the Shinigami deal with the eyes again? Yamishi asked as he continued writing names into the note. Kakik, so you're considering it? Ryuk answered with a creepy cackle. His voice made it seem like he was trying to draw Yamishi into this deal. Ryuk, do you believe me to be ill? Maybe even dumb? Yamishi replied harshly, yet with calmness in his voice, like a scolding from an old monk. Kakik, not at all. I didn't expect you to be tempted by such things. Just like light, the Shinigami mumbled. You always compare us, but am I not already more powerful than him? Yamishi, though in displeasure. Nevertheless, he continued, just tell me, please. The Shinigami ideal allows a Shinigami to grant the human it is currently possessing Shinigami eyes so that they can see the name and lifespans of other humans. In exchange for this power, the human gives the Shinigami half of their remaining lifespan. This is the deal, Kikik. Ryuk replied with a smile, which reached from eye to eye. This smile was so large that it gave Yamishi a weird feeling. I see, was the simple reaction Yamishi had when faced with this deal. He would not take such a deal. Of course, Misa could take on the Shinigami eyes if she owned a note. But because she didn't, according to the rules of the Death Note, she wasn't able to receive the eyes of a Shinigami. Yamishi also subconsciously put this thought out of his mind due to his slight attachment to Misa. This is such a pain. Yamishi sighed as he sat back in his chair, tired from writing names into the Death Note. It was now Monday morning, and almost the entire stock of 600 pieces of clothing had been purchased. Yamishi estimated that the remaining 10 would be brought by midday today. He could do this after noticing the sales had died down, but were starting to speed up now that the stocks were very low. The morning was cold, and Yamishi had already reached school and had waited for the bell to ring. Usually, he spoke to his friends in the mornings, but today, he had to speak to one of the detectives on the Kira case over the phone. It was rather bothersome, so he couldn't wait to have an excuse to hang up. Finally, when the bell had rung, he could hang up. Actually, Yamishi was currently walking to his first class of the day when out of nowhere a tall girl, still a lot shorter than Yamishi, bumped into him. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to," the tall girl exclaimed as she knelt down to pick up her books. Yamishi looked down to see the girl picking up her books. To his surprise, she didn't have a single piece of technology on her. Nevertheless, he also knelt down and began helping her pick everything up. "There's no need to help me," she said with a look of surprise on her face. At best, she could be considered average in everything from looks to grades, and thus had never even thought of talking to a popular guy. Yet one was currently helping her out. Yamishi looked up from the ground. He was knelt over and looked at the girl who had just stuttered. "Oh, it's fine. Unless you don't want my help or something," he said with a smile which made the girl blush. "Ah, he's so cute. No, what am I even thinking right now?" The girl subconsciously scolded herself for thinking such silly thoughts. Once Yamishi had picked up the last book, the two stood back up, and Yamishi handed her the books. As he did this, he also spoke to her, "Maybe consider getting a laptop or tablet. It'll make your life a lot easier, you know." The girl's face went blank. How could she possibly tell one of the most popular boys in school that her family had already spent too much to even get her into such a school, let alone be able to have such luxuries? "Ah, I know, but I just prefer books," she answered. "Okay, well, see you around, I guess," Yamishi said as he continued walking to his first class. All the girl could do was stand there after being so emotionally exhausted. Such a guy had really just had a conversation with her. And better yet, he told her that he would see her later. Maybe she was just overthinking it, but that didn't matter. In the end, she had a crush on the hottest boy in school. "Yo, Yami, where were you this morning, bro?" yelled out a voice as Yamishi entered his morning classroom. Hearing his friend, Yamishi went over to greet him. "Hey, Gene. Sorry, I was dealing with something just before." "Okay. Well, anyway, most of the stock has been shipped and all paperwork has been filled out. It's kind of surprising how fast it went out, Gene said. "Haha, yeah." Yamishi sat down in the desk next to Gene and waited in silence for the teacher. He wasn't angry, but instead agitated by the detectives and R. Seeing this, Gene decided it best to wait until later to ask about it. Actually, this was one of the reasons Yamishi could bear being around him. He didn't annoy Yamishi. Meanwhile, in another classroom, the girl from before sat with her friends. They could be seen giggling and talking with each other. "So why were you late to class this morning, Rena?" asked the girl who sat across from her. "I talked to a boy. I think I like him," Rena said out of nowhere. She looked happy and as though she was in love. It was almost a creepy look. Sure you did. Since when do you talk to guys?" said Rena's friend mockingly with a smirk on her face. "Yeah, you've never done that before," added another. Rena, who was being asked questions, sat daydreaming, staring out the window. Finally, Rena said in her dreamy state, "I don't know, it just happened." This girl had definitely fallen in love, thought her friends. Little did they know how dangerous this would be for her. Or better to say, how dangerous Yamishi was. Yamishi had now finished his time at school, and thus it began his way home from school. Along the way, he checked his phone to see that the remaining 10 clothing pieces had been purchased. His bank account now sat at almost $4.5 million. What should I do with this? Yamishi asked himself out aloud. He was now extremely rich once again, and therefore he could pay off the rest of his debt. However, even after paying off the cost for the new fabrication workshop, the block, and the percentage which would go to the Kira Task Force, Yamishi would still have a remaining $3.2 million. In the end, he decided to transfer and pay off all his debts. He wanted a car for himself, so that would be the first thing he would spend his money on. Next, he would pay off any debt his parents owed and just keep the rest for later use. What car should I buy? I'm not really a big car guy, but I do like the idea of having a nice one. This can help increase my popularity. Yamishi thought as he passed by a car dealership. Noticing the cars, he walked up to them and looked at some of the nicer ones. Out of nowhere, a middle-aged man called out to him. "Hey kid, you here to buy?" The tone the man used was rather mocking, and Yamishi didn't enjoy it. Ignoring his annoyance at this man, Yamishi responded, Yes, actually I am. Could you show me around, please? The man looked surprised at Yamishi's response and took a few seconds to come back to his senses. I see. Follow me, young man, the car salesman said. Yamishi walked up to the man and put out his hand. Seeing this, the man took it and shook Yamishi's hand. My name is Kagami. I'll be showing you around today, said the car salesman. Oh, and my name is Yamishi. Please show me what you have to offer. Yamishi responded as his hand retreated from the handshake. The two began to walk together, started from the entrance. So, what sort of car are you looking for today? Just so you know, the price ranges anywhere from $100,000 to $4.3 million, said Kagami with a smile. Yamishi thought for a minute. Considering the amount he had in his account, he could probably spend around $1.5 million and still have enough for anything else he wanted to spend money on. So Yamishi responded, I can spend up to $1.5 million. Oh, very nice, sir. I'm sure we can find you a very nice car for $150,000, exclaimed Kagami as he began to move towards the cheaper cars. Yamishi didn't move and instead laughed. Haha. No, I meant $1.5 million. Sorry, I should have been more clear. Huh. Oh, yes, I see, Kagami said as he stood baffled by this kid. How could parents spend so much money on their kid's first car? It was pure luck that this kid was born into such a family. Little did Kagami know that Yamishi was, in fact, the one who had earned this money. Kagami continued, Then follow me this way. I believe you might like some of our nicer cars over here. Kagami then turned and began walking in the opposite direction. The pair had a small chat along the way about what sort of cars Yamishi liked, and once again, to Kagami's surprise, he had found that Yamishi wasn't really into cars. How can you come here to buy a car with no idea about cars? Of course, Yamishi didn't know about cars. He just wasn't a big fan. They finally reached the more expensive cars which the car yard had on offer. All of these looked nice, however, Yamishi wanted something unique. The cars which Kagami was showing him were the newest and most expensive cars on the market. However, Yamishi didn't exactly want these. So he spoke up, Hey, Mr. Kagami, do you have anything unique? Like something you wouldn't usually see. Actually, there is something. There is a brand new car which just came in. It's experimental and therefore doesn't cost all that much. In raw power, it far exceeds almost every other car here, replied Kagami as he pondered whether or not Yamishi would like it. I'd like to see it, sir, Yamishi exclaimed in excitement. Kagami led Yamishi over to an area behind the building and opened a garage door. Once it opened, Yamishi could see what was within. It was beautiful. The car was black, sleek, and looked to be extremely futuristic even when compared to cars of the current time. The car had a wavy sort of design to it, which gave it a smooth and unique look. As well as this, it seemed to be an armored vehicle. This was something Yamishi would indeed love to buy. But how much would it cost? I like it. How much is it? Yamishi said as he moved closer to it, admiring the car for all its glory. This car was definitely a jewel among pebbles. The price for this is above what your limit is. Nonetheless, I can see how much you like it. The price for this car is $2.1 million. Yamishi thought in silence. Since he had $3.9 million, he was sure that spending $2.1 million would still leave him with enough money to do the stuff he wanted to. If he bought this, it would leave him around $1.8 million. Soon, Yamishi returned to his normal state. I'll buy it. I can pay up front, he said as he felt the car with his hand. The documents were completed and the money was transferred. The car now belonged to Yamishi. I'll be back tomorrow to pick it up, Yamishi said to the salesman as he walked out from the office of the car dealership. It was a cold night. Only 3 days had passed since Yamishi had bought his new car. The KCA team, which Yamishi had been assigned to, were currently sat outside one of the Kira cults which had been causing mayhem within Tokyo City. This group was known as the Death Followers. Yamishi had brought up that name when talking to the annoying detective from the task force over the phone. Today's team was made up of 4 members, including Yamishi. The goal of tonight's raid was to gain information about the youth group KYC, which had caused absolute chaos in the dock districts not too long ago. We move in on the count of 3, got it? Asked the commanding officer of the KCA team with a whisper. All 3 of the men, including Yamishi, nodded in response to the commander's question. The commander put up 1 finger. 1 second later, another went up, and then finally the last finger went up and the door was kicked in. Yamishi and another soldier both went in one after the other and moved to either side of the door. Their eyes scanned the room quickly as they found nobody to be in it. Next, the commander and other soldier moved into the room. The commander pointed at Yamishi and then a door. This obviously meant for Yamishi to move into the next room and clear it. He gave the same order to the other 3 men who were in the room. Yamishi quietly opened the door and saw 3 men asleep in a bed. One after the other, a bullet was put into their head. There was no sound due to the high-quality suppressors which the guns used. Following this, Yamishi continued to sweep through the building, as did the other 4 KCA members. Along the way, Yamishi quickly and quietly took out several guards who were patrolling the building. He did this using his marksman abilities and headshot every guard he encountered. Each room was cleared out one by one until only one room remained. This room was the one where the boss would be sleeping in. Their entire mission objective was to secure the boss and gain valuable intel on the KYC group, which had connections to this group. Yamishi moved up to the door and awaited the other 3 KCA members to reach him. Finally, when they did, Yamishi opened the door to see the cult leader asleep on a lounge. He kept his gun pointed at the sleeping man until another soldier moved up to him and, while holding the leader's mouth shut, tied him up and put a gag in his mouth. The KCA group then proceeded to move them out of the building without sound. It was mission success. Luckily, this group only had small ties to the KYC or Kira youth cult. Thus, Yamishi wasn't at risk of much when exposing them. "Good job, Yamishi. You should head home after you get checked out by the doctors at the base," said the KCA commander. Yamishi shook his head as he responded to what had just been saying. "I don't see why I must have a checkup when I know I haven't been shot. I mean, I know it's protocol, but it's annoying." The others nodded in agreement, but they too knew that it was necessary after going on a raid. The checkup wasn't as much for physical injury, but instead psychological. It was important to make sure the person in question was doing okay mentally after killing people. After all, Yamishi still wasn't 18. He had been given special permission given certain circumstances. In the end, it was only natural that one of his age could receive mental illness or injury after such tasks had played out. The checkup lasted only 10 minutes, and, as expected, included a small physical checkup alongside a more important psychological one. After the checkup, Yamishi headed home, escorted by a bodyguard from the task force. Once home, Yamishi went straight to sleep. This was understandable since he had been to school, taken his final driving test, and completed a mission for the task force all in one day. Aside from this, he also had to get enough sleep for school the following day. The following day, Yamishi woke up later than usual. This could obviously be attributed to the fact that he had spent up all his energy the day before. But this wouldn't affect him too much since he now could drive his car without a licensed driver's supervision. Because of this, he didn't need to wake up so early as a car would be faster than walking. Along his way to school, he picked up Misa, who was extremely surprised by Yamishi's new car. Seeing her face, he smiled as he realized something. If this was Misa's reaction, who already knew he had become rich, the others would be even better. "Wow, Yamishi, this car is beautiful," Misa said as she got into the passenger seat. Indeed, this car was beautiful, and Yamishi knew it. Actually, it was one of the reasons he had initially decided to buy it. Not only was it armored and fast, but it would also work wonders to increase his popularity in and out of the school. It could be said that the rich and powerful attract many followers. Once Misa got into the car and closed its door, which it did so automatically, Yamishi put his foot onto the pedal and the car pulled forward. The electric engine made a quiet yet powerful roar as it speeded along the city streets. The car garnered loads of attention as everybody who saw it immediately knew the power within it. Not to mention the power which the driver must hold in order to purchase such a magnificent car. Soon enough, Yamishi had reached the school and dropped off Misa at the front gates. He could hear the chatter about who could own such a car. When Misa had opened the door and gotten out, the chatter increased. Who could possibly own such an amazing car was what a lot of them were saying. As Yamishi parked his car in the school's car park and got out of his car, some people gasped while others stared silently in either admiration or envy. The majority bring admiration. Yamishi could even feel the stares of the girls whose king had now become a god compared to the rest of the guys in their school. Of course, there were many extremely rich people who attended this esteemed high school. However, none could be considered this rich apart from a few. Even still, they paled in comparison when it came to charisma and good looks. Throughout the school day, the majority of school gossip was about how Yamishi Yagami was apparently extremely and incomprehensibly rich. After a while, Yamishi got a little annoyed by the people who had asked him about his new car, but in the end, it was worth it to increase his popularity. Something that aided in this goal was the fact that he had a Rolex on his wrist. It was covered by his blazer, but this just gave the people who noticed it a feeling that he was being subtle and modest. This increased the respect people had for him. The day was soon over, and Yamishi walked to the school gate where he saw his friend staring at his phone. This person was Gene. All of a sudden, someone walked up to Gene and asked him if he was okay. Yeah, I'm fine, I think, Gene said as he scratched his head in confusion. Yamishi walked up behind Gene and surprised him. I see you've noticed you pay. Indeed he had. In Jin's bank account, he had a balance of over 70K. Even for what he had done, nobody else would have received this much. Yes, but well, isn't this a little too much? Gene asked as he looked at his phone once more. No, it's fine since I made a lot of money. Also, you were a lot of help, said Yamishi as he patted Gene on the shoulder. Yamishi then proceeded to walk off towards his car where Misa had been waiting. Today would be his first time going to Misa's house. She had told him what her current situation was, and Yamishi understood. The Shinigami king had replaced the memory of a family child with the fake memories of Misa Main. Yamishi had then used his skills with hacking to change legal documentation and made it look official. There was no way somebody could see through his work. The pair got into the car and drove off. Along the way, the two just chatted about regular topics, such as school and how she was going with the Kira cult. Misa told Yamishi that there would be a large gathering soon, and that he should show off his powers to the new followers of Kira. This would increase their faith and loyalty towards their new god. Yamishi decided it would be better to talk about it further at a later date, probably in the comfort of his own home, where he could be sure that nobody was listening in or spying on them. Finally, the pair had reached Misa's house. As Yamishi walked up to the front door, it swung open, and he saw two middle-aged parents standing at the door. The father looked a little grumpy and intimidating, but the mother had a loving smile which negated the effects of the former. So that's your boyfriend? A pretty boy? Asked Misa's father. Yamishi walked up to the muscular man and put his hand out in front as though to shake hands with the man. The man was extremely imposing to most, so he felt a little surprised that this boy wasn't even scared in the slightest. Seeing Yamishi stick his hand out in front made the man feel the need to show him who was boss. Misa's father put out his hand and grabbed Yamishi's. The man's grip was strong, but surprisingly the boy in front of him was unyielding and didn't seem bothered in the slightest by his overwhelming strength. Hi, Mr. Yamada, pleased to meet you. My name is Yamishi Yagami, Yamishi said as his grip on the man's hand tightened so much that the father had a slight reaction. By no means was Yamishi a bodybuilder, but he definitely had a muscular build which gave him enough strength to oppose Misa's father. Ah yes, pleased to meet you too, young man, replied Mr. Yamada. He had decided he could accept this young man and had now even felt a connection with him. Next, Yamishi moved on to Mrs. Yamada. He held her hand and bowed to her, giving himself a sense of decency and respect. Good afternoon, Mrs. Yamada. Misa's mother admired his way of greeting her, and so she greeted him back. Good afternoon to you too, young man. I'm so glad my daughter has found someone as respectable as yourself. You see, back in my day, this old man over here is what you could call a delinquent. Haha, I see. Well, I must be going now. However, I would love to take you all out for dinner sometime, said Yamishi right before he bowed and began walking back to his car. Indeed, we shall do this soon, hopefully, said Mrs. Yagami. Yamishi waved as he unlocked his car and got into it. Mr. and Mrs. Yamada both had looks of shock on their faces as they saw the car which their daughter's boyfriend owned. They waved as to not be rude to the young man, but as soon as he had left, they turned straight to Misa. Is he really that rich? Asked Misa's father. How did you manage that? Asked her mother. Both had shock written all over their faces when saying this. Misa replied with a confused face. So what? We were together before he was rich. Actually, only recently has he become this wealthy." Her parents' already shocked faces became even more so. They asked if he had won the lottery, which the answer had been no. She told her parents that Yamishi owned a clothing brand and had made money from it. "What clothing brand?" both parents asked at the same time. This is a little annoying," Misa thought to herself. This was going to take some explaining. Once she had finished explaining it to her family, they were very happy, and her father even shed a tear of joy. Not only was his daughter's boyfriend good-looking and strong, but he was also extremely rich. Who wouldn't be happy? Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, Yamishi's new admirer was fantasizing about him. She sat in her dimly lit room with a creepy smile on her face. Rina giggled as she imagined Yamishi by her side. She imagined him being with her and caring for her. All of this was in her head. In fact, Yamishi had forgotten about her completely. But she still didn't know that. She believed that Yamishi had feelings for her, but was too scared to admit it. However, this wasn't a fact and rather fiction. She was in the exact sense of the word delusional. To think a perfectly average girl could have this happen. Her friends had started to distance herself the weirder she became at school. Always talking about the person who had been so nice to her sort of scared them. Maybe it was normal, but none of her friends had ever experienced such things which lead to them thinking otherwise. They would be right in thinking this. It was no longer a healthy situation for herself. Tomorrow she would confront Yamishi, and he would have no option other than to accept her. The day began like any other. Yamishi woke up in the early morning and got ready for school. Today would be an ordinary day with nothing significant planned. But is that how it would go? Who knew, considering how crazy his life had been as of recent? When Yamishi arrived at school, he felt something was off when a group of girls told him their friend wanted to talk. Of course, this by itself wouldn't be all too weird, but the fact that she wanted to meet him in private was. Maybe she just wanted to ask him out and was afraid of being rejected in front of a large group of people. If this was the case, it wouldn't be too out of the ordinary. Yet Yamishi still had a strange feeling about it all. Either way, he complied, as went to the spot which they had told him to. Once he arrived there, he had only waited about 5 minutes before seeing the girl walking up to him. The girl looked familiar. Not that her looks were great, but they still managed to make him think. He quickly remembered who she was. It was the girl who he had used to look good in front of the others. Did she like him? Just for that? Yamishi composed himself and got ready for anything she might say to him. When she finally got near him, he tried to speak, but was interrupted right as he said his first word. "Hello, Yamishi. I just wanted to let you know, that I really like you, and I want you to go out with me." Rina was able to get out the words somehow, but she stuttered, and that made her even more scared. Yamishi looked at her and sighed gently, but she still heard it. The sigh was enough for her to stop looking up to him and instead at the ground. Before Yamishi could speak, she began yelling at him. "It's because of that girl Misa Yamada, right?" This was Misa Amain's new name since coming back to the human realm. Yamishi was a little startled by the girl in front of himself. He hadn't expected to be yelled at. Well, yes and no. She is my girlfriend, and I don't even know you. Not even your name." Yamishi tried saying this with an apologetic tone of speaking, but to the girl it only fueled her anger. Yamishi went to continue, but was interrupted as she ran at him. Once she closed the distance, she pulled a scalpel from her pocket and slashed at him. Due to Yamishi's fast reaction speed, he was able to dodge the attack. He then moved to the girl's side and hit the surgical knife from her hand. Rina dived for the knife, but Yamishi had already put his foot on it. Surprisingly, Yamishi was still calm. With a smile, he spoke to the girl. "At least tell me your name. Maybe we can arrange something." Yamishi had unbelievably come up with a plan in a matter of mere seconds. Or at least the start of one. Maybe he could use her for something in the future. Who knows, she might actually be useful, especially being this manipulative. A smile crept onto Yamishi's face as he thought about these things, but was quickly suppressed. "My name is Rina. I'm sorry for just now," she said as she got up and tried to hug Yamishi. Yamishi allowed this, since it would make things easier in the future. Finally, when she had finished hugging him, she apologized once again. "I'm so sorry," she said while crying. All in all, she was a mess. "Don't worry about it. Just give me your contact information. We can talk later," said Yamishi with the purest smile he could give. Just like that, Yamishi had gained a new follower, an expandable one at that. Maybe he could frame her or use her to turn the people on the police. Either way, she could come useful. The rest of the day went on as normal. No new confessions or significant events occurred. When the school bell rang for it, the final time of the day, Yamishi left the school. He took his girlfriend home and then headed home. When Yamishi got home, he received a call from the project manager from the company he had paid to build his fabrication workshop. Soon it would be finished, and that meant he could once again work. As soon as his company had made enough money from the clothing, he could begin making weaponry, in turn being able to supply the Kira cult with new and improved weapons. It was currently the afternoon, and Yamishi was on his way to drop Misa off at her home. The two sat at a traffic light and waited for it to change to green. What was that thing you were talking about the other day? It was something to do with the cult's new members, I believe, said Yamishi as he sat in his car, next to Misa. Oh, you mean that? Well, the meeting thing will be this Saturday at 9:30 a.m. at the old abandoned HHJ Hotel. They will be bringing a bunch of new members into the cult, and if you were to demonstrate your powers to them, it may just mean that they're all the more loyal to the cause, replied Misa. Misa was what the Kira cult knew as the envoy of Kira. The cult trusted her and had suggested a possible demonstration of their god's powers to the audience which would attend. Misa also believed this was a good idea, so she told them that their god of death would think about it. She had also told the cult that the power of death wasn't something to put on a show and that they shouldn't hold their breath hoping for the demonstration of Kira's power to occur. Nevertheless, Yamishi seemed to like the idea, and so he thought. I can definitely see this helping my cause, he thought. The light went green, and Yamishi's car took off down the road. Okay, I'll do it. Just make sure you sort out all the planning, as I have other things to do for today, Yamishi said while speeding down the city streets. The pair had now reached the housing districts of Tokyo and were only around 5 minutes from Misa's home. Once Misa had finalized her steps, she would message Yamishi with their untraceable phones in order to not be caught. Finally, Misa was dropped off at her house, and Yamishi said goodbye. He drove home, as usual. Once home, he wrote some new names into the note and did some study, worked out, had a shower, and went to bed. As he got into his warm bed, he received the long-awaited message from Misa. He opened his untouchable phone and read it. Message from unknown user. Hey, erase the plan. I will let the cult know that you have decided to allow them to witness death and that they should prepare some criminals. Once the assembly begins, I will be called up to introduce you as the god of death. They will then bring out the criminals, which I will tell you the names of through our earpieces. Using the death note, you should kill them in 3 different ways of your own choice, making sure to keep one victim for a heart attack. Message from unknown user 2. Sounds good. We can speak further tomorrow. And like that, their plan for the assembly was completed. Yamishi would simply await Misa to read the names of the criminals to him, followed by writing the names into his death note. A rather simple yet effective plan. Yamishi had waited the entire week for this day to come. It was boring since nothing interesting had occurred apart from the completion of the fabrication workshop, which Yamishi would visit the next day. Yamishi sat in his bedroom waiting for Misa to tell him the names of the criminals who would be killed. Finally, Misa spoke through the earpiece. The names are Kagami Yuriko, Kuro Minato, and Leo Kerr. The names all sounded Japanese, except for one. Yamishi put this thought behind himself after putting them into a police search engine and concluding they were all criminals of a high caliber. Yamishi, who was currently agitated after seeing their offenses, wrote the names into the death note. 1 minute later, the effects began to take place. One of the men, a skinny middle-aged man, began scratching at his neck until it bled. The skin from his neck was caught under his own fingernails as he continued scratching without a sound. The crowd watched in anticipation. Misa tells them that he committed mass murder, killing 12 children, Yamishi said through the earpiece. Following her boyfriend's instructions, she told the cult exactly what Yamishi had told her. The cult began cheering as they heard what horrible things the man had done to deserve Kira's wrath. Next was an extremely overweight middle-aged man. He began smashing his head into the ground until parts of his brain fell out. This, in turn, led to his quick death. The last man, a rather simple-looking guy, sat in silence waiting for his own death. Sweat dripped from his head as he prayed to any god who would listen. Soon the man stopped all movement. He was dead. The guy had died from a simple heart attack. Kira's signature move. Misa spoke, even without Yamishi asking her to. This man was not even worth Kira's time, and therefore died in the same exact way that a regular criminal would. The crowd, who was already cheering like crazy, got even louder. They now had seen Kira's power in person. They could now serve him to the best of their abilities, as they had seen the truth of Kira. Yamada Yuri, you've had this long, and yet you haven't recruited even 20 people? That's fine, but we need more new recruits, said a voice from the darkness. Why, yes, boss. Sorry, boss, I'll work harder in the future for the benefit of the Yamazaki family. A young man's voice pleaded with death. Yamada Yuri was a small-time recruiter of the Yamazaki gang, a small gang in the crime-ridden districts of Tokyo. Due to Kira's return, recruiting new members in the gang had been extremely hard as of late. In fact, Yamada had only recruited just 5 people in the last 2 months. This could be considered very small when Yamazaki family was losing members all over the place. They lost members when people left the gang, were killed by Kira, and when involving themselves in dangerous gang activities. I don't personally think that's very fair on me. Maybe punishment is needed to help teach you the importance of new members, the voice said from the darkness once again. Right as Yamada was about to speak, he heard the tapping sound of footsteps. From the darkness came a European man with pale white skin and blonde slick-back hair. He looked like what you'd expect someone from a European gang to look like, but instead had the tattoos of a Yakuza member. Indeed, this man was one of the family's head enforcers. This could be attributed to many things, some of which included his extreme personality and sadistic use of torture against his enemies. This was a man even feared amongst even the larger Yakuza families in Japan. Yamada began to cry as the Ripper walked towards him. He managed to get this nickname due to the way in which he left his victims with their rib cage sticking out from their own backs like in a horror movie. Please. I promise I'll be better in the future. Yamada screamed in absolute terror. This was surely the end for him, and so his tears rolled down his cheeks. As the Ripper inched close to Yamada, he began to laugh calmly. Ha ha ha, oh my god. You should have seen your own face. Come on, get up and get out of here. To Yamada's surprise, the Ripper was telling him that he could leave without being harmed. Thank you so much, sir. I won't disappoint. Yamada ran out from the room, his heart still pounding so hard it hurt. Holy fuck, how was I not killed by that psycho, is what Yamada thought. Yamada was currently on his way to a nearby recruiting area for gangs. People would often hang around the area, and recruiters could easily tell who was looking for recruitment simply by how they looked. Yamada couldn't wait for even a second in case the Ripper changed his mind and come after him. There was no way to escape the Yakuza since he would be hunted down as well. Therefore, complying with them was the only option. Yamada finally reached his destination and saw many thugs. This was surprisingly more than usual. With Kira around, the majority of these thugs had decided that living a normal life would be better than death. Yamada walked up to a group of thugs. Well, they looked more like high school bullies. Nevertheless, he put his arm on one shoulder. Hey kids, you know this is a dangerous spot, right? Yamada asked, using the best gangster voice he could muster. Huh? Yeah. What's it to you, huh? Replied a young man who looked to be the group's leader. Yamada smiled and continued, I see, haha. You wouldn't be looking for employment, would ya? Why? You looking for someone to employ? Asked another high schooler. Haha, yes, I am actually. Here, take this and meet me at the Yamato docks tonight. Yamada handed the leader of the group a card with the letters KC written in cursive. Come on, boys, the leader said as he took the card and left with his friends. This was good. It was still only early morning, and he had already managed to recruit 4 new members. Even if they were only high schoolers, they could still get the job done. Next, he had a larger group. This time they appeared to be older, but still youngsters. They looked to be around 20 and older, none over the age of 26. They all seemed to be hardened men who could put up a pretty good fight. The men stared back at Yamada while he walked closer to them. Pushing his chest out, he decided to try recruiting them. If he could get these men on his side, it would be extremely good for him. Fighters were valued highly in the Yamazaki family, since they were still very small. Here we go, I guess, Yamada thought as he swallowed all his fear and turned himself into a hardened criminal. Today would certainly be a plentiful day. In the darkness was a man. This man was a senseless killing and had murdered over 37 people in the past few years. He hadn't been caught until now simply because of the sheer amount of gang-related crimes in Tokyo City. The dark fully covered the man, who looked like a psycho. As people walked past the dark corner of the city in which this man waited, not a single person's eye reached him. He was waiting for someone. It wasn't all that long before the person he was waiting had shown themselves. This person was a beautiful girl. She could be considered what some would call a beauty among beauties. She also looked like she must have belonged to a powerful family due to her expensive clothing and jewelry. But to the killer, she was simply his next target. Why was this man targeting such a nice-looking lady? Well, it wasn't the reason which you might have been thinking. No, it was because of a very petty reason. When he was a young man, he found the love of his life. Sadly, she didn't feel the same way and ended up marrying a rich and powerful man. That day, he had learned how evil women are. It was strange at first, simply a way to let out stress. He would kidnap beautiful women only to kill them in the most violent way he could think of. Sometimes the torture would go on for hours, and once it had lasted for 3 days. He knew something was wrong with him, but what could he possibly do about it? If he tried to get help, the authorities would only have him put in jail. Never again would he be able to feel the pleasure which he felt when torturing a woman and then telling her he would let her go if she didn't speak of what he had done, only to begin laughing as he continued to torture her to death. The look on a woman's face as she realized that there was no hope of surviving was beautiful. And so he waited for his next victim to come in range. As she finally did, he grabbed her and with all his strength pulled her into the dark. He placed his hand over the girl's mouth and arm around her neck. She couldn't do anything, and so she eventually passed out from a lack of oxygen. Breaking news. Mina Yuri, the head of Yuri family's wife, has been kidnapped. Currently, both Tokyo police and the family's private forces are looking for her. If you have any knowledge of the whereabouts of Mina Yuri, please contact your local police department. The voice of the news reporter soon reached Yamishi's ears. He smiled as he immediately had a plan to gain the Yuri family's trust. They were a high noble in the Kira cult, while also the strongest family in Kyoto, their assigned cult base. Gaining the undying trust of this family would mean a lot more funding for the cult throughout Japan. With this, Yamishi set out. He wouldn't waste any time when furthering his footholds on Japan. One day, he might even rule Japan. No, he definitely would. His goal was to rid the world of its scum and time the new world as Kira. A feat not even Light Yagami could complete. The first day, Yamishi visited Misa and had her organize a meeting with the family head of the Yuri family. This meeting would be held early the next day. Aside from this, Yamishi and Misa worked on tracking her down to her last known location. This was rather simple, since Yamishi could hack into the city's cameras and download their files from the day she went missing. After he tracked her down, it was already late, so he decided to go home. The pair had made extreme progress for their first day of work. They had discovered her last known location. Yamishi suspected that the girl had been kidnapped just around the corner from where she was last seen, since there weren't any cameras in that area. Once home, he wrote the names of criminals into the death note, as usual, and went to sleep. The next day, Yamishi was up early. He wouldn't be seeing the head of Yuri family himself, and instead would be listening in on Misa. This was obvious, since she was Kira's chosen messenger. She was what they called the messenger of the god of death. Meanwhile, in an extravagant and grand restaurant sat Misa. She was sitting in a private area where nobody else could be seen. She was currently waiting for the head of the Yuri family. Misa didn't understand the reason they had told her to meet them in this restaurant, since she wore a mask to all their meetings and therefore couldn't eat. Either way, they were late and she was annoyed. However, in the end, Yamishi had told her to calm down since the family was, at the moment, in chaos. Finally, the head arrived. The head of the Yuri family was currently dressed in a full black and gold suit, which most likely hosted around $7,000. In other words, he looked like the family head. As the head sat down at Misa's table, his guards distributed throughout the building so that they could more easily protect him. Silence filled the room until the head finally spoke. "Good morning, miss. I am the head member of the Yuri family. As you probably already know, I am a large supporter and a lord in the Kira cult." The head said this with absolute confidence. Then I will introduce myself. I am a messenger of the god of death. I have no name other than that, said Misa as she sat up straight in her chair ready for the next few minutes of their meeting. The family head nodded, and they began discussing the information which they had already discovered. In the end, the Yuri family hadn't found much, and Yamishi had indeed made further progress than anyone. The discussion continued in a formal yet rushed and slightly angered tone. This was understandable since the family head was currently under a lot of stress. The two moved from topic to topic, only spending a few minutes on each at a time. Finally, the topic of helping the family came up. Misa simply told them that their god would indeed help them rescue the girl from whoever had kidnapped her. The god which they all followed had told her it would be a matter of hours before she would be saved. Soon the meeting concluded. It was now time for Yamishi to continue his search for the girl. The first step was to watch the rest of the security camera footage of the area. Yamishi hacked into the city's security camera database and soon found the relevant cameras to search. Once Yamishi went over a few cameras, he began to see the kidnapper on tape. He could be seen dragging the girl through alleyways until he finally got to his hideaway. Yamishi smiled as he saw the man drag the girl into his house. What an imbecile, Yamishi thought to himself as he pulled up a new tab on his computer. This new tab quickly turned into a government search engine as he searched for the resident's name among the countless profiles. He did this simply by putting the home address into the search engine. Found it, he internally thought as he pulled out his death note and wrote the name into it. Alongside the name, he put a time of death and a cause of death. On the other side of the city, in a building, was a kidnapper and his victim. The man walked up to the girl who was now awake, holding a knife in his hand. "Haha, this is going to hurt a whole lot," the crazed man said as he sliced the knife slowly down the girl's stomach. He hadn't cut her yet, but the girl still screamed in terror. Right as he was about to cut her, he stopped in place and dropped the knife. The man's face went blank as he turned around and picked up a gun. Turning back to stare at the girl, he held the gun against his head. A minute later, he spoke his final words before blowing his brains across the room. "Thank Kira for saving you." Bang! Those words repeated over and over in her head while she thanked the god in which she devoted herself to. Soon the police had come after hearing gunshots. When the police arrived on scene, they found the girl strapped to a chair with blood and brain matter stuck all over her. On the ground was the kidnapper who seemingly shot himself in the head. Alongside this, there were countless corpses in the room which were all decaying and old. These corpses were obviously from the women which the kidnapper had tortured in the past. The reason for this being so obvious that he had tortured these women was because every single corpse there had been completely pulled apart. Their flesh peeled, fingernails ripped off, cuts, and all types of marks and bruises. Apart from this, the house also smelt awful due to all the rotting corpses. It almost made the cops throw up before they could call for backup and report what they had found. Eventually, the girl was evacuated from the house and taken into police care. The whole time the girl kept repeating two words. "Thank you. Sir, your wife has been found. She's in a weird state," said a servant of the Yuri family. "Huh? What do you mean by this? What happened?" The head rapidly asked, trying to grasp at what the servant was talking about. This was his wife, so how could he not worry? The thoughts of what could have happened haunted his mind and wouldn't let him be for even a second. Images of his wife being defiled by the kidnapper flashed through his head. This was driving him insane. "Do not worry, sir. It seems she's just a little shaken up by what had happened," answered the servant in a calming tone. Even though the servant had tried to calm the head down, it wasn't enough. "What the fuck are you talking about? Are you incapable of understanding things? I asked what the fuck happened to her, you worthless piece of shit," the head screamed without any concern for those around him. "I am sorry, sir. She is fine and has no signs of being physically harmed. She also hasn't been defiled," stated the servant, who was now just a little shaken up. The head immediately slumped down to the ground. "Holy shit, that was fucking horrible," he stated as he held his heart. The head had a medical condition where becoming stressed could lead to him having a stroke. He held his heart to calm himself down. Currently, it wasn't hurting, but he could only hope nothing bad would come from his little outburst. Seeing that his master had fallen to the ground, the servant immediately called out for the medical team for an examination. In the Yuri family's medical building, the head's wife sat still. She didn't move in the slightest. It was as though she had been turned into a statue. This, in turn, scared the doctors. Although they weren't able to find any physical injury, they could not say the same for her psyche. Therefore, they had called in a professional to take a look into this. When the professional arrived, he was not surprised to see the state in which the young lady was. This state that she was in was most likely due to what she had seen in the kidnapper's home. Her symptoms all lead to a single condition called shutdown dissociation. This was essentially a person's responses to reminders of traumatic stress. This is what she had experienced. She is suffering from a condition called shutdown dissociation disorder. It's what happens when a person experiences traumatic stress. "She might be like this for a while," said the professional with a gloomy look on his face. In response, the servants all looked to the ground. None could believe that their beloved mistress could have been so badly damaged. Some even shed tears of sadness. Seeing that even the servants of this woman were crying, he decided to continue. The best way to combat this condition is to surround her by people she loves and feels comfortable around. Eventually, she will come back. Even if she isn't the same, it's important to at least try. Everyone in the room looked up and listened to what the professional had to say. If they could keep her company and have people in which she felt comfortable around stay with her, then they might just be able to bring her back from this sad state. When the head received the final medical report, he was in tears. This was extremely out of the ordinary for such a powerful figure to begin crying in front of his servants. But nevertheless, it was understandable. They were all sad after hearing the sad news about the mistress and her condition. After all, everyone in the estate's servant ranks loved the Yuri family. They were both strong and merciful people. They helped the poor and those in need. They worked to stop major crime in cities and further the advancements in medical research. Overall, the Yuri family was very possible to be one of Japan's most prideful and powerful families. At the crime scene stood two very familiar detectives. The senior and his junior both went over all evidence. The pair talked for a while. Eventually, they came to the conclusion that this case could possibly lead back to Kira. "Hey kid, go get the camera." "Hey kid, go get my camera," said the familiar detective. The man's junior, listening to his senior, went straight out to the car to retrieve the camera. This pair of detectives were Masato and his younger assistant Kenji. The two had been called to the scene of a suspected Kira-related incident. It was reported that the young mistress of the Yuri family had been kidnapped, and then the kidnapper had shot himself in the head. This by itself wouldn't be a normal case in which the task force would usually take place in. However, when it was reported that the young Mrs. Yuri could only say 2 words after the event, it piqued their interest. The 2 words being, "thank you." Once again, this could be put off to her going a little crazy, but when put with the fact that her captor had just killed himself for seemingly no reason. Now, that was unusual. Who else could she be thinking? The young Tenji eventually came back with the camera, which his senior Masato had requested. "Here's the camera you asked for," Tenji said as he handed it to Masato. "Ah, thanks," Masato replied as he took it from his assistant's hands. Masa to turn the camera on and immediately began taking pictures of the surroundings. That meant every detail was captured throughout the house, every corpse, every blade, hammer, and torture device. Finally, Masato took multiple pictures of the kidnapper's corpse, which laid out upon the ground with its brain matter sprayed across the room. Every detail would be needed to be brought back to the Kira base for further inspection. Once Masato had taken enough pictures, he handed the camera back to Tenji, who in response placed it around his neck. The curious Masato began looking among the corpses. Every single one had been mercilessly beaten and tortured. Then there was Mrs. Yuri, who had been hardly touched. He knew he had to at least try and convince her to speak to him. If he was right, she would now be devoted to Kira, since it was likely she believed he saved her. The mistress of the Yuri family had gone crazed and wouldn't even speak to her closest friends. However, maybe if he could use her thankfulness to Kira, he could get something out of her. This, of course, wasn't simply based off of a theory. The Yuri family was known to have had ties with the Kira cult about 50 years ago, although that had been debunked to be just myth. Nevertheless, it would still be dumb to not take precautions, and so Masato decided to go back to the task force base and explain his idea and theory to R. Masato explained to his young assistant what he had planned, and he listened. The two got in their car and drove straight to the task force base. Once the pair arrived at the base, they immediately headed for the head office building, where it would most likely be located. Knock, knock. Masato knocked on the door to the office building and was quickly answered by a guard. "Let me see your pass," the guard said while holding his hand out. The two detectives held out their passes and handed them to the guard. In turn, the guard quickly read over them. Seeing that the two men in front of him were of high rank in the task force, he gave their passes back and let them pass. "You may enter," the guard said while holding the door open for them. Masato and Tenji both entered. They looked to the front desk for assistance. Masato walked up to the front desk and asked the lady which room R would be located in and to let him know that they had something important to discuss. The woman pointed in the direction and told them to wait outside until he called them in. When they began walking in the direction, given she called up the office to let her know he had visitors. Standing outside the office, Masato put his hand on Tenji's shoulder. "Don't worry, kid. He can't be that scary. All you gotta do is follow my lead." In response, the young assistant nodded his head. He had never been into the offices since he had only recently been accepted into this section of the task force due to Masato. The pair only waited for around 5 minutes before they heard R's voice. "You can come in now," the voice said lightly. "You can come in now," the voice said lightly. Residential voice gave off a calming feeling which out the two investigators at ease. Remembering that all they needed to do was explain their plan to R and get his permission made the task a lot easier. Masato and Tenji both walked into the room. When they entered, they immediately after noticed R sitting in his chair, knees pressed into his chest. He looked like a child. However, they knew he acted this way because he had a mental condition. Either way, he was no less intimidating. Seeing the investigators, Ryuzaki looked to them and waved, "Hi, come in and sit down." "Ah, yes. Of course, sir," replied the flustered Masato. Masato took a seat while Tenji stood by his side. The two stared at R with eyes which said, "Please initiate the conversation. So what is it that you came here to visit me today? Surely it's not just that you wanted to keep me company, right?" Ryuzaki asked with a little hope evident in his voice. Hearing this, Tenji quickly spoke out, completely forgetting the plan. "We have made a discovery and plan to act upon it. You see, the mistress of Yuri House seems to have been saved by Kira and thus only says to words, 'Thank you.' We would like to pretend to be followers of Kira and take advantage of her current weakness." Masato looked at Tenji like he had done something wrong and then slapped himself in the face. He couldn't believe what his young assistant had just done. The way which he explained it made them look like they were basing their entire discovery and plan off a theory. Ryuzaki chuckled. "Huh. Yes, I'm surprised you two also came to this conclusion. I was initially going to get someone else to do it, but now I have two perfect candidates for the task." Huh. Had Tenji not just ruined their chances at getting permission? So it turned out there had also thought about this. "Yes, sir, we will definitely take this task and fulfill it as quickly as possible," Masato said directly to Ryuzaki. He was thankful that her had liked their plan. So thankful that he couldn't possibly disagree. With this, the conversation was concluded. Masato and Tenji were given full permission to work on the case. So the two set out to make further preparations. They didn't yet have a plan for how to get into the Yuri house or make it past the guards. It wasn't like they could just let a Kira cult member walk past them, and how would they convince the mistress that they were true followers of Kira if they looked like everyday police? Right as they thought these things and were about to leave the room, R said one last thing. They would be taking a young man named Yamishi Yagami with them. Yamishi Yagami was well known in the task force since he was second in command only to her himself. This was a big opportunity, and of course, R wouldn't just allow the pair of investigators to fuck it up. Having Yamishi on their side would make this mission a lot easier. The two detectives currently sat in a cafe, awaiting the arrival of Yamishi Yagami. They sat there for around 5 minutes before Yamishi finally arrived. When he arrived, he came into the cafe and sat down next to the pair. "So you guys are the ones I'm supposed to be working with for the next few days, right?" Yamishi asked while putting out a hand. Masato took the hand and shook it. "Yes, sir, that's us. I am Masato, and this is Tenji," Masato said and pointed at himself, and then Tenji. "I see. Pleased to meet you guys. I am Yamishi. Let's get along," he said with a genuine smile. "Oh, and don't worry about formalities since you're older than me, and it would only make me feel uncomfortable," Yamishi added. It seemed as though the two detectives would easily get along with Yamishi. Soon a waitress came up to the group and asked them what they would like. The two detectives got a coffee, and Yamishi simply asked for a juice. This wasn't too much of a surprise to them, since he was technically still a kid. When the waitress left, they began talking. Yamishi understood their plan and actually liked it. However, he too had the same questions which they had. "And how exactly do you plan on getting to the mistress?" Yamishi asked. "We aren't entirely sure just yet. Sorry, but would you by any chance have an idea?" Masato asked. Yamishi pondered for a second until he had a thought. Well, the mistress would have had some sort of psychological examination. "We could always use our position of power to get the doctors to allow us to pretend to be one of them and get us all the right documents." The two investigators looked at each other in surprise. This guy was truly ours only rival. To be able to think of such a good plan within a matter of seconds. It seemed as though Yamishi had come up with on the soot since he didn't have any prior information of the task, which he was given, hence the reason the two had to explain it to him. With the plan set in place, Yamishi got up and began to leave just before giving the two detectives his phone number. "Call me whenever I will go and see if I can organize something with the doctors for the Yuri family." The two detectives nodded in response and took the piece of paper which Yamishi had written his number onto. Following this, Yamishi said his goodbye and left the cafe. "How bothersome. Can't they do this themselves?" Yamishi said, however, if he wanted his plans to proceed, it would mean helping them with this. Yamishi headed home since it was a Saturday and he wasn't needed anywhere. When he arrived home, he took out his untraceable phone and called Misa. On the other side of the ward, Misa was just getting out of the shower when she heard her phone start ringing. Still naked, she ran knowing it was Yamishi calling on the untraceable phones. As she neared the phone, she smiled since she would be able to talk to her Yami so early, even if it was just more work for her to do. Misa took out the phone from its spot and put it to her ear. "Hello, what's up?" she asked. "Hey, I need you to do something. I need you to get in contact with the Yuri family and tell them to allow myself and 2 task force investigators to enter their residence dressed up and pretending to be doctors. The plan is to let the public know that Kira has saved the beloved young lady of Yuri House, and annoyingly, I have to help the task force gain some sort of information before it gets leaked to the public. I won't explain why exactly, but just tell them turn a blind eye to any suspicious activity that may occur soon." Yamishi said his current plan was to pretend to sneak into the residence and allow the investigators to think they were gaining valuable information. "I see. Anything else, Yami?" Misa asked. She was really good at doing the dirty work for Yamishi, which is why he had been using her so much recently. This wasn't to say that she hadn't enjoyed working with her Yami, since everything she did had been praised by him. In the end, she would do anything for him, even if it meant losing everything. "No, nothing else I can think of right now." "Oh, actually, would you like to do something today? It seems the smog of the city is nowhere near as bad as it was yesterday. Actually, the sky looks kind of pretty," Yamishi stated as he sat by his window, staring out at the sky. Generally, the city of Tokyo was a smog-filled city where pollution was at a high. Usually one could not even see the sky. However, recently the smog had begun to lower. Although one could still not see the sky, it was still nice to not have to wear masks everywhere one went. That's why it was so surprising to be able to see the sky for once. I can meet you at your house in 20 minutes if you'd like," Misa said as she opened her curtains to see that the sky was indeed very beautiful today. "Okay, see you soon." Yamishi hung up and placed his phone back into the place where he hid it. The reason he had decided to go out with Misa today was not for any plan or future plan which he had made, and instead just wanted to relax. This was an action made easy while with her. Yamishi didn't know exactly what it was, but he knew he enjoyed the feeling she gave him. Maybe it's love? Just kidding, Yamishi thought as he went to take a quick shower. 15 minutes later, and Misa had arrived at Yamishi's house by cab. She knocked on the front door to Yamishi's house and was quickly answered by his sister. "Your big bro's girlfriend, aren't you? The one who stole him," she said while pouting. Misa looked at the young girl and giggled. Yeah, that's me. Since we're giving each other nicknames, and I'm an evil girlfriend, what's your nickname? The girl crossed her arms in response. "Just call me Aki." "Yo, sis, stop bothering her," Yamishi called to his sister while walking down the stairs. The young girl began to pout again. "But bro, all you do is talk to her and go out with her and MMFF. Yamishi had stepped in and covered his little sister's mouth with his hand. "Haha, yes. I think that's enough from you. Just tell Mom that I'll be back by dinner and to prepare some extra food for Misa." With this, Yamishi and Misa both left the Yagami residence and got into his new car. They pulled out of the driveway and were on their way out of the city. For today, Yamishi would be taking Misa somewhere special.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.